favorite part has to be the headlights, which are recessed. They're fold-out headlights, but they fold down and they're not hidden at all. It's just kind of like somebody's just really freaking out over something. Or like those people that can pop their eyes out of their sockets, you know.
The champ, Kim Goodman. The challenger, Keith Smith. Go.
Welcome to Hoovie's Garage, the dumbest automotive channel in all of YouTube, and this is my latest purchase, a 1988 Porsche 928 S4 with only 43,000 miles on it, a 5-speed manual transmission, and a really cool color, Cassie Red, one of my favorite colors from this era of Porsche with a burgundy interior. It's in great shape, and I believe this is the last vintage Porsche that is really worth buying. Everything else is blown up to such stupid proportions, or it doesn't offer that great of a driving experience, that this really is it. For now. But I bought this thing after a bring a trailer auction where I bid on it. It didn't meet reserve on that huge platform at $28,000. I was able to make a deal afterwards for a little bit more, but I'll talk about why I don't think this car met its reserve in a little bit. But first, let's get into the Porsche 928 history. This thing started in the late 1970s, had a long 20-year production run, and it was designed to replace the 911. Now, Doug DeMuro, who was formerly my daddy, now he's a real daddy now, congratulations, verified this story years ago that Porsche had planned to end the 911. This was its replacement. People were dejected, sales were slowing down, and some genius executive at a meeting with a board showing all the production of Porsches showing 911 was ending took a marker and continued off the board into the wall and into eternity, which happened, obviously. The 911 has continued. The 928 died in the late 1990s with the GTS. And the 928 was kind of the unwanted stepchild for many, many years until very recently, the GTS being the exception. Nowadays, a comparable car to this would be almost $100,000 if it were a GTS. But for me, it's absolutely not worth it, along with other classic Porsches. Let's go over my own Porsche ownership history in the short time of this channel, 5-6 years or so, starting with Apollo 911 with $9,500 for a running and driving 911. That's non-existent nowadays. Of course, I dumped way too much money into LS swapping it, but after that, I had a 1998 Square that I bought for upper 30s. That's like $37,000. That's a few grand on it. Paid for it. That car is probably worth $50,000 now. I also had a 996 Turbo that had 70,000 miles on it or so. I bought it on Bring a Trailer for $6,000. We bought them on that, probably $60,000 and up. Thank you, Matthew Walker, for buying a 996 and telling everybody it's okay to like those cars, because now the 996 is totally stupid. I had plenty of those cars. Now they are $30,000, $40,000 up for, normal standard over 3,000 miles. Air-cooled 911s from this era of Porsche are just absolutely stupid. Something like this with the same miles, the same color would be well over $100,000 if it were a 911 rather than a 928. And then, of course, the vintage cars, the pre-impact 911s and the pre-26s have always been high, but they offer the driving experience of in my opinion, this is it. This is what makes vintage Porsche really worth buying. The 1980 GTS, like I said, is too expensive. The older ones, well, they're too slow. 200-something horsepower in a big vehicle like this makes it very exciting, despite some prices getting really high there, including the risky business company at the Bear Jackson for almost $4 million. One driven by absolutely insane. It kind of woke people up to these 928s and to the prices that are actually. So really, if you want one, buy one, you still can, but I really think the S4 this one, 360 horsepower. You got a modern 4-cylinder. It is a very comfortable cruiser that offers a very modern but very different experience than a 911 of this era, and that's why I like it so much. Maybe I never owned one of these back when they were back in the period. I was pretty scared of the high maintenance. Talk about how crazy stupid the maintenance is. It's not a big deal. We'll get into that in a little bit. But for around $30,000 or less, unless you get a 996 that has a lot of miles on it, this is really it. And I do think it is a fantastic buy for now. Now, some Porsche enthusiasts, they're screaming at the monitor right now. Tyler, there's other cool Porsches out there other than this. And yeah, the 944 is cool, but they have half the horsepower of this. A 944 Turbo has blown up. That's now a $40,000, $50,000 car for something with 50 miles on it. It's absolutely crazy. The 924 is too slow, not special enough. The 914 also going up in value, pretty slow unless it's the 6-cylinder one. Those are skyrocketing in value. This is really it, and I was so happy to get it, especially in this color combo. But you would think you would bring a trailer with this much exposure, it would bring more than $1,000. But this one has sort of a weird story, which is why I like it. It's also a really weird car, which is why I like it so much. So let's start a tour of this thing, starting with a really long production of these things. Yeah, it's not as long as the 911, which has had many different iterations, but 20 years on basically one chassis of car is a very long time. And my favorite part has to be the headlights, which are recessed. They're fold-out headlights, but they fold down and they're not hidden at all. It's just kind of like somebody's just really freaking out over something. Or like those people that can pop their eyes out of their sockets, you know. Look at that. It's so freaking cool that they recess away for aerodynamics, but pop out like that, like a frog. I've always just been fascinated by that ever since I was a kid, and my neighbor across the street, his dad had one or two, or now several 928s. He drove these in Toyota Previas still to this day. Headlights, so darn cool. The whole shape of this car is supposed to be kind of a shark, but a GT car. It's just weird, but it's aged so well. The S4 really did a good job of sort of updating the look and make it a little more modern. You have the foam dial wheels, as they call them, were cool, but these flat edge, you don't see them on this. They look really, really nice. The spoiler does a good job breaking up the swoopiness and sort of the awkwardness of this rear three-quarters window here, which is enormously big in a strange shape. No other car has a rear side window like that. Of course, it's a hatchback with 4 seats. And this color combo, this Cassie red, is just awesome with the burgundy interior. I was so happy to find one in this color. The interior, lots of burgundy in here. But there is one thing, maybe, that might not be stock. I'm not sure. That's the steering wheel cover here, or the horn cover, if you will. They put the Porsche badge kind of raised up like it's a wart or a pimple or something. I want to pop it, but it won't pop. I seriously doubt that's factory. Maybe some Porsche expert can tell me if it is or not. But I do think this is who the door cards are. The paint description is original, but the seats in this thing, they are so nice and comfortable. Way more comfortable than a 911 because this is a cross-country GT car and it has a lot more creature comfort. You see we have vents here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the rear has 4 vents on their own, which is absolutely insane. The rear passengers even have a sun visor, which makes no sense because that's basically right in their face. Maybe it's just for the driver, because of this giant window to do that, but there is a sun visor back here. These seats also fold down flat where you have a really big cargo area, which you cannot do on a 911 since the engine is in the back. This one, the transmission is mounted in the back. It's a transaxle with a 4-speed going along here to the V8 engine. We'll look under the hood in a little bit, but look at this wild interior. You have 2 different control knobs for the climate control, 2 different fans. You have the window controls, which are not far enough away from the sunroof, so you can accidentally pop the sunroof. Looks like the rear wiper here, but this button doesn't do anything. The other side of the windows. See, this one is a 5-speed manual, but it actually didn't start life as a 5-speed manual. That's what made this car kind of weird and kind of cheap, because it really scared off the purists, because somebody swapped a 5-speed manual on this thing, but they were completely free. They spent almost $18,000 doing it. $18,000 to do it perfectly, to do it right. There's really no differentiating this thing from an automatic transmission car, which is a pretty good car itself. The early ones were 3 speeds, not as good. The 4-speed was much better, but still flip-flop. The only thing that you can tell still has the back under it. The indicators for the automatic transmission, which you can see they went so crazy on the detail. When you put this thing in reverse, it still lights up the R light and turns on the reverse light, so that all still works. I love these GT cars with this cockpit kind of fighter jet illuminated lamps here. You can see the exclamation point. There's another warning down here for the parking brake being set. This engine not running. This is for the door locks, which are making noises right now. Being power operated. And then also they make the manual knob, and it's so overkill here. There's so many overkill things. The knobs here all circular for the lights, but then these are push buttons for the fogs. This is the odometer reset, which see, I just reset the odometer there. You have memory seating that is mounted sideways, which is really weird. And then the sunroof is also very, very strange. It is a super, super small opening. Ridiculously small in the opening, but one other touch that somebody spent a lot of money on, this is the first time he ever using it, it's awesome, is this vintage Porsche stereo here. You can see when it's turned off, it looks like a factory stereo. This looks like a normal LED display, but turned on, you have a modern Bluetooth stereo, a slot for an SD card. You can even get navigation with this thing. This one has. Now this radio is like $1,200, $1,400. Somebody offered to install this thing, so somebody was really manual swapping it along with all the other maintenance on this thing and adding this radio. But that's one thing that brought down a lot of people on the 928 is the maintenance. It was kind of like a Ferrari with a belt service. A few other things before we get out and look at the engine though. You see the instrument binnacle. The whole thing moves when you move it up and down. So everything, the gauges, all of it is in one piece, which is so cool and weird, but it really does make sense. You also have a little coin slot down here. But let's look under the hood. I mean, think how mad people were 40 years ago when they said this is the 911 replacement, that here's full rear-mounted engine. And instead you get a big old V8. This one, the S4, is a 5-liter V8, a little over 300 horsepower, and it has a really cool presentation. I really like what they did with the intake here. Just a really cool presentation, but everything is packed really, really tight in here. And you do have a timing belt that needs to be serviced regularly. Ferrari and people really didn't like that, but it's not like, say, a 355 or 348 where the engine has to come out. It's more like a 456, which is far at a fraction of the price. You get probably 80% of what the Ferrari 456 can do. A nice V8 4-seat car. Not a V12 and a gated 6-speed, but a V8, a really cool shape. And these were incredibly popular when they were new. They sold really well. You saw them in movies all over the place. Scarface, Risky Business, of course. This was the car that Porsche needed at the time. Now, it didn't save Porsche when it came to sales of the car. There's the Cayenne that came later, and of course the Panamera. But this is a more practical, more usable, everyday gentleman's express Porsche that Porsche really needed to make to survive. But I don't think they compromised on anything. Now, as far as defects on mine, obviously being an automatic car, that was a big ding on it. Why Porsche purists didn't want it, and crazily it sold for less than, say, something like 40,000 miles like this in an automatic. So it sold for, they just left it alone. It was really weird. But also the other reason, I think the pictures kind of hurt it, because the photos were taken sort of in a dark parking garage that made some really cool shots, but not very confidence-inspiring when it comes to looking at a car for sale, getting photos in the dark. Kind of gives H80 vibe, but the seller wasn't shady at all. It's actually a very nice car, and he immediately took the money and bought a 944 Turbo, which, yes, but I would rather have this. As far as defects go, it's mostly just an age. You can see the bottom of the bumper has a crack right here, which can be fixed. Really what it dings and comes to that. Hopefully I'm going to get a good match there with the build. But also both fogs and were replaced. They've taken some hits over the years. But still a great deal for a total icon in my opinion. And I haven't driven one in many, many years. And it wasn't an S4, and I didn't expect to like it as much as I do. This thing is wonderful to drive, which we are going to do right now. I'll close the sunroof just for better sound and shadows, but it doesn't smart. Somewhat amusing, but it works. Now we can pull out and actually get on this thing a little bit with 315 horsepower. It is absolutely cranky. But I mean, by modern standards, it's not fast, but it is fun enough to be engaging, where you feel some excitement when you put the pedal down and you don't have to worry about a modern Honda Civic beating you at a stoplight, you know. Now, the Porsche does feel very well put together, but there is one annoying rattle in the door around the door lock area that needs to be fixed. The quality overall does seem pretty nice. The Sierra is really good. I'd say it's not a Ferrari 456 or something like that quality, but the price. This was a $70,000 car back in the 80s, which was more than, say, the average price of a house in the Midwest. So you got a lot, and now it is a great value. One of the last. Now I can downshift here in the dog leg, which is weird. Down left is first to get onto the highway, or up middle in second. Give it the beans. Might have a little exhaust leak. But we're already quite a bit over the speed limit there, and not even to the bottom of the on-ramp, so pretty good in the acceleration department. And the wind noise, not bad. This feels like a much more modern car in that sense, other than this annoying rattle right here. This is a really nice, comfy Autobahn, 150 mile per hour all day long cruiser, or something you could take cross country. Nowadays, since there's no 928 Porsche cars on the shelf, probably not something I would do with relative confidence. But these cars don't have the snafus of, say, 911s of the modern age, where they have like things the engine blow up, like IMS bearings or cylinder scoring, or the BMWs with their cooling system that's absolutely crap, and their engine needs specs. This thing was just higher on the maintenance perspective, but not something really catastrophic as far as I know with these S4s. Great power. I mean, this thing has more horsepower than a 996 911 when it was introduced in the late 90s. This thing's 10 years older and it has more power. Maybe not faster, but that seat of the pants once you're already moving kind of power, it does feel faster. But it's not all about that. Like I said, this is a great, comfy cruiser. That's probably why I like this. The seats are endlessly adjustable. The climate control keeps you comfortable. This putter stereo with all the speakers in the doors is actually really good. So this is a car I actually want to hop in and drive. I don't have to be in a mood like, say, when I want to drive the 911 Turbo, the 74 Carrera with the turbo engine, where it is a very kind of scary, they call them widowmakers, obviously, that kind of experience where you really have to pay attention and be in the mood for a car like that. Pretty brutal. Other than me wanting to pop this pimple in the steering wheel all the time, I do really like the experience. And parking this thing in the sunlight and seeing the color, definitely look back at it in the parking lot as you walk away from it. Oh, I forgot to mention the smell too. The smell is so good when you go, of course, when you have animals or you can the smell strong once I admit. Brings me back only 46 miles. So not only the quality that I cancel, but also the color of the place in the sunlight. So cool. So many Porsches are silver. Not very exciting. This one's really, really cool. So this totally makes up for my last one. The Superbird, which wasn't all that bad. It's quite tumultuous and not as described. This one stood up more or less described. I imagine it's essentially rattles something, but nothing earth-shattering, I hope. But next we'll head up to the car wizard and see what he has to say and check out all the content. Well, welcome to the garage, little fella. I'm so happy I was able to pick up one of these while I still could, and really wanting to get a Porsche and just crying about the values being so insane, but here it is right here. This is it. Thank you so much for watching. You guys all know this place, the smallest call, but what we haven't shown you properly is the place next door, somewhere where so many Grand Tour projects have come to life. So Hadrian, you're the boss man here. What is HMS Engineering and what do you guys do?
Well, it's a business that's been built up by making people's dreams come true, really. So it's where someone with a basic drawing and an idea will come in and say, can you make that? Which has led us into what we've got now, where we need, everything from massive machinery. Some of the projects here are massive.
Yeah.
We repair or build things like that. Steam engines, the list is pretty endless. It's like Pandora's box of toys, really, because it has got some really good toys in it.
I mean, the main thing is the scale. How do you get into engineering of this size? How did you start out, basically?
Well, unbelievably, I started out as a farrier, shoeing horses. I'm sort of quite glad I didn't stick at that, but I'm glad I stuck with the engineering side of it.
Yeah.
Guarantee, so you can try it and figure out if it's for you. So click the link in the description below to capitalize on their anniversary deal, a huge discount on their 2-year deal for a limited time only. Click the link below or go to nordvpn.com/drivetribe.
Well, take us through what's in here. First up, this enormous, just looks like a cross to me, but what is that and what's happening with it?
So that there is actually the main axle and hub for a windmill.
Right, okay.
So each of those arms will have a 34-foot sail on it.
So basically when someone needs a massive maintenance job done, they'll bring it here. Is that basically it?
Yeah. Sometimes we have to go to it. I mean, there's pretty much not a corner of the globe we haven't been to now.
Right, okay. And then I'm seeing quite a few bits, and then a fully constructed one here. You're clearly into steam.
We like a bit of steam.
Okay, is that a hobby of yours, or is that actually big business?
No, it's it's a hobby, but it's an interesting hobby, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, these are like supercar money. They might look quite old-fashioned, but these things are big money these days, aren't they?
Yeah, and significantly more reliable than a supercar too.
Sure. How much horsepower are we talking out of this?
That is, I think, 4.
4 horsepower, but endless torque.
But over a Bugatti Veyron, right, that would get to top end quicker, right? And the Bugatti Veyron would not be able to move it, whereas that wouldn't even see the Bugatti.
Sure, okay. And what do you use them for? Is it just to go around to your local town, or?
Once upon a time, they were the backbone of industry. In the evolution of the Industrial Revolution, steam power took over from water mills, horses, ponies, and became something that you could actually control. You know, you light a fire in it and you can either tow with it or you can put a belt off the flywheel to power a machine.
Yeah.
Which is what I do. I got a big French steam saw outside and I cut massive slabs of wood because it's great fun. You know, if I go to a rally, I have the odd sherbet and sit there cutting wood all day. It's quite good.
Well, I was told that the forestry industry sometimes don't have saws big enough to saw some of the trees, so they bring them here. So that
we've had a few trees brought here, yeah.
Some of the stuff outside, they're enormous.
Yeah.
Just looking around, I'm seeing a dinosaur. What's the explanation of that one?
The dinosaur. That's shopping on eBay when you've had too many sherbets.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, and then panning right from that looks like a Range Rover chassis?
Yeah, Range Rover Sport.
What's the story with that?
We converted a Boeing 747 into a off-road course for Jaguar Land Rover.
Right. Okay.
But that was brilliant, you know. That was a gift of a job.
Okay.
You don't get to go and bore 20-foot holes in an aircraft very often.
Well, that's it. You've done all the Grand Tour stuff and then also projects like that. What stands out as your favourite thing you've ever done? What's your favourite job?
Ooh, favourite? Actually, that's kind of like a monster question because that's quite a few things on the list. Biggest achievement was the machine to cross the Bering Straits from Alaska to Russia.
What did that look like? What was that?
That was, it's outside, the Archimedes screw vehicle in the yard.
Oh,
so
yes.
I went and retrieved that from Alaska. I don't know as I'd want the project now, because at the time I was 20 years younger, and I didn't need to sleep for 3 or 4 days at a time, because it needed a lot of that. But big achievement, you know, it carried the Explorer's flag.
That's awesome. So,
yeah, that is quite awesome.
And then on top of the projects you've got in here, round here, it's just the size of the machinery. I mean, this lathe round the back here, and this cutting contraption here, everything is enormous. Where do you find these? Who manufactures these? And what industry are they from?
I mean, to be fair, the saw, there's semi-auto there, we bought brand new, and then there's a fully auto one up there. We bought him second-hand. I mean, they're quite readily available, to be fair. some of the bits of kit in there aren't so readily available. I think our biggest lathe is 8-metre centres. Biggest chuck is 5 foot on the vertical borer. The gear cutter there.
And even the size of these beams, what's happening with these? What's the current job
These
here?
are going into a film.
Right, okay.
This is a very important part of a very high building that's been made, and the problems occurred. So we've designed this steel work to overcome the problem for another company. So now we're blessed with making it as well.
And then we saw it outside when we were filming a lot of the smallest cog stuff. You guys made the trebuchet from the last
the
Grand
trebuchet,
Tour.
yeah.
What was that like as a project? Was that quite difficult, or is that quite simple engineering?
The trebuchet is a piece of art, really. It's quite amazing.
What's happened to it?
It's gone, melted down, cut up.
No.
Yeah.
Why?
Because of liability. So it's just like most of the stuff we make for TV, it's like everything that we did on Scrap Heap and things like that.
Okay.
Afterwards, it's got to be destroyed because the production company can't have any liability. It can't get into the hands of anybody that could use it and use it badly and get injured. So it just gets destroyed. In fact, the only toy I've ever kept is the big vortex cannon.
Right, okay, yeah, we'll definitely chat about that later.
Yeah, I've made a couple of those. That's quite an epic piece of kit.
Isn't that quite depressing then, that you put all this work in and then it just gets burned and chopped up after it?
I used to think it was a crying shame. But when you've done so much of it, you just realise it's what has to happen.
So sorry, back to the trebuchet, how was that as a project?
So the trebuchet as a project was amazing, to be fair, because it was, the ask from Grand Tour was significantly past the world record, right? So it was a whole pile of working out. And I'm fortunate that I got some very good friends who know a lot about trebuchets. So I've stolen their information, borrowed it, whatever, worked with them.
Yeah.
And we came up with a design which, when it was modelled, was pretty amazing. I mean, it's up there as one of the biggest in the world. So
that's it. It's not just the work that's going on in here. You built this.
Yeah, we designed and built that, yeah.
And the building next door.
Yeah.
Insane.
I'd be bonkers to let someone else do my own steel work.
True.
Which is good. There's some great companies very local to us who, you know, they do this sort of work all day long and they're ace at it. But, you know, I designed it and I built it.
And I've just looked up. I've not seen, I don't know what you call these, cranes like this, apart from at dockyards. They're inside your workshop.
Actually, we got two. We started off with a 5-tonner, and then we had the 10-tonner put in. We had a massive job in for JCB, so we did a bit of R&D for JCB and then ended up making the machine. And I mean, we were well down on craneage, and to be fair, it could actually do with a 15-ton crane. So, but then if I had a 15-ton, I'd want 20-ton, blah, 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 blah. Never stops, does it?
And without getting too much into the numbers or anything, how on earth do you charge someone for a completely out-of-this-world bespoke project? How do you cost that up?
Well, bearing in mind we have done sort of 30-odd years of making odd things, so you sort of know what it costs to do an odd thing, yeah? Everybody with experience will have a gut feeling, oh, it's, you know, I know, it's $1,000, it's 30 grand, whatever. And then what you do is you sit down and you say, okay, so there's X steel in it, that's whatever. There's X cuts, that's whatever. There's X meters of weld, that's whatever. How much machining's in it? Well, that's expensive. So Choo-Choo's department costs a fortune. But yeah, you just add it all up and then you've got to get to a figure. And I mean, sometimes, believe you me, TV work, everyone thinks, oh, because you're doing TV work, you're making millions of pounds. It doesn't work like that. Absolutely everything here, regardless of who it's for, is the same price. I mean, we're doing the job now, it's for the Queen's Pageant. It's the same price as something for the Grand Tour. It's the same price as Farmer Palmer coming through my door with a bent shaft. Everybody's treated equal.
There he is. Okay, and then over here, there's something a bit more chill. There's a car at least. We need to skip past some Grand Tour stuff, so don't film that. So I've seen this vehicle in the smallest cog. What's this project here?
So this is actually quite an amazing project. It's an expedition which is for a friend of mine who actually we did the bearing straight machine for. So 20 years later, he's come up with a new goal, and this is one of a couple which is going to go from London to New York. So,
Right.
but under its own steam. So
There's
the whole
a big
thing's
ocean between those two.
well, there is, and there's also the channel, which is actually incredibly dangerous.
Sure.
So this has become fully amphibious, and what's different is most people chuck an outboard on. There's no outboard on this. We come off the PTO. There is a drive shaft which goes to the top of the back axle, and then another shaft which goes out to the back, and that goes to a propeller on the back.
Very cool. And is there anything, before we go outside to check out some of the amazing stuff in the courtyard, is there anything in here that we've missed that you think is super cool and we should definitely have a look at?
I don't know, the whole place is interesting, to be fair. The joy of it is, each week, or sometimes it's months, it's always different. It's not monotonous work, it's all grey matter jobs. So every job the guys do, they'll never do again. Pretty much never do it again.
And we clearly can't talk about what the Grand Tour project is right now, but how is the project going?
Well, the Grand Tour project now is actually going very well. It's taking a bit longer than I want, but on the whole, they all look amazing.
Good.
Be a good part of the show.
Good. Well, you've got that to look forward to. Can we go outside and check out the inventions that are out there?
Cool.
Okay, so I've seen this a few times filming here at the Smallest Cog. This is your steam saw. Explain how this works.
So, I take my engine off the front, and it goes, obviously the red tractor unit's gone. The steam engine is over there, and it's belted up to that pulley on the far side.
Okay.
When I run the steam engine, through all these belts, it operates this crank and this gearbox. So that flywheel is spinning,
Yeah.
and this red connect.
The Haas Formula One team has named a temporary substitute for ousted driver Nikita Mazepin, but the fallout from that split is only just getting started. Haas terminated its contracts with Russian driver Mazepin and former title sponsor Uralkali in the wake of Russian President Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine. Reserve driver Pietro Fittipaldi will take part in the final pre-season test in Bahrain this week, but the team still needs to decide who will take the seat for the rest of the 2022 season. And beyond sorting out its driver lineup, Haas is facing an unsurprising legal challenge from Uralkali and coming under fire from Mazepin himself. Haas's upheaval halfway through pre-season has been on the cards since its initial response to Russia's Ukraine invasion. The team removed the branding of its Russian title sponsor Uralkali on its car and paddock facilities and ran in a basic white livery for the final day of Barcelona testing. Uralkali's sponsorship was tied to Mazepin's place in the team as it is owned by his father Dmitry. The senior Mazepin is one of Russia's wealthiest businessmen and believed to be close to Putin, having had a business meeting with him earlier this year and been called by the president to the Moscow Kremlin alongside 36 others on the day of the Ukraine invasion. Whether it was due to economic sanctions on Mazepin's father and Uralkali, or logistical implications such as Russians being denied entry into host countries or Russia-issued licenses being banned, the likelihood of Mazepin racing in F1 this year quickly shrunk. Last Saturday, Haas announced it had terminated its Uralkali title sponsorship and that Mazepin is to be replaced. Now Uralkali has responded and described it as a unilateral termination. In a statement, it said it intends to protect its interests in line with applicable legal procedures and reserves its rights to initiate judicial proceedings, claim damages and seek repayment of the significant amounts it claims to have paid for the 2022 season already. Uralkali's statement said Haas's decision to terminate the deal was unreasonable and that the company believes that sport should always be free of politics and pressure from external factors. According to Uralkali, most of its sponsorship has already been paid to Haas, and therefore it claims Haas failed to perform its obligations to Uralkali for this year's season. As a result, Uralkali is to request the immediate reimbursement of the amounts received by Haas. Its contribution to Haas's running budget is believed to have been overestimated, and its exit and demand for a refund should not represent a risk to the team's future. Gene Haas himself is immensely wealthy, but has been reticent to spend more money on his team in recent years until F1 made changes to spread the wealth more evenly across the grid and close the gap between the biggest teams. He is capable of plugging any Uralkali funding gap and likewise in a position to repay Uralkali if required. And last weekend, Haas said the Russian attack on Ukraine triggered a lot of intense criticism that was getting overwhelming for the team and its other sponsors. So he is likely to have made the decision to cancel the Uralkali deal, knowing full well it could lead to this kind of response, because dealing with the financial and legal fallout is actually a preferable situation. Shortly after it was announced that he'd been dropped, Mazepin posted a statement on social media expressing his disappointment and claiming Haas made no effort to discuss a solution with him. He'd indicated he'd been willing to sign up to the conditions imposed by governing body the FIA on Russian drivers, but wasn't given a chance to discuss that with Haas. On Wednesday, Mazepin held a press conference to give his side of the situation in more detail. He said it had been indicated to him that if the FIA allowed him to continue, he would not be removed from F1. The FIA stopped short of banning Russian drivers from competition, even though national motorsport bodies such as those in the UK, Sweden and Finland have explicitly suspended licence holders and teams from Russia and its ally Belarus. But the FIA did ban the use of the Russian flag and insisted on Russian competitors racing in a neutral capacity instead, as well as demanding they sign up to a series of promises around their conduct in relation to the war. It is those conditions Mazepin is thought to be referring to when he says he would have accepted the conditions proposed. However, Mazepin claims he hasn't heard any information from the team ever since he was axed. That includes apparently learning the news at the same time Haas issued its press release. Mazepin says that came while he was reassessing the FIA's conditions in detail. He also claims to have had no communication with team boss Günther Steiner or Gene. Mazepin indicated he has no interest in taking legal action to get his seat back. It appears that his path back is blocked for the foreseeable future, even though he believes he would not need to get a different licence to compete. But while he said it is good to keep all options available, when asked if he'd take the case to the Contract Recognition Board, Mazepin stressed that he doesn't want to go back to a place that doesn't want him and that he no longer trusts Haas. Mazepin added that he didn't want to speak ill of any team figures via the media, only if they contacted him directly, he'd happily tell them what he thought of what took place. He also said he hasn't received any support from prominent F1 figures except some specific drivers, which he named as Sergio Perez, Valtteri Bottas, Carlos Sainz and George Russell, who Mazepin claims contacted him to offer their support. He said they were very simple messages of support when they learned I'd lost the drive, and that it was nothing political, it was just on a personal level. The upshot is that Mazepin has no plans to race in other championships in Russia, as all his time and attention will be given to a fund that he and Uralkali have created. This is the curiously named We Compete as One initiative that has been set up to support athletes unable to compete because of Putin's invasion. It will be funded by the money Uralkali wants Haas to reimburse, plus the rest of its intended 2022 F1 spend. Mazepin made his F1 debut with Haas in 2021, but sparked controversy even before he completed a single race after a video emerged of him appearing to grab a woman's breast. Haas stuck with Mazepin through a torrent of criticism after that incident in late 2020 and through a poor rookie season in which he was comprehensively outpaced by teammate Mick Schumacher. Now he leaves F1 with the best result of 14th, and Haas is searching for a permanent replacement that will almost certainly represent an upgrade. Pietro Fittipaldi is Haas's reserve driver and raced for the team in 2 Grand Prix at the end of 2020 as a replacement for the injured Romain Grosjean. But while he is replacing Mazepin alongside Schumacher at the Bahrain test and may even get a chance to start the season, Fittipaldi is highly unlikely to be the permanent pick. Gene Haas told the Associated Press, "We're in the process of looking at several candidates. We'll see who is available and what we have to deal with. I think we'd obviously like to get someone with a bit more actual experience. We just have to see what's available." While Fittipaldi is a valid stopgap solution as he knows the team and works on the simulator, it makes sense for Haas to pursue a better permanent replacement. Especially as while Fittipaldi is understood to have cash to offer Haas, that's something the team shouldn't be dependent on, so should be able to make its own choice. Ferrari reserve Antonio Giovinazzi, ex-Haas F1 driver turned sports car racer Kevin Magnussen, Aston Martin reserve Nico Hülkenberg and Alpine's reigning Formula 2 champion Oscar Piastri have all been linked to the vacant seat. Giovinazzi, Magnussen and Hülkenberg would appeal as known quantities with good experience who would provide a solid benchmark to judge Schumacher. Moving for the highly rated Piastri, who is Alpine's reserve driver, would be a steal if Haas were able to strike a deal without any hurdles. But he would not tick the box of a more experienced option, and at this stage, Giovinazzi and Magnussen are thought to be the leading candidates. Who would you pick if you were Haas? Let us know in the comments, give this video a like if you enjoyed it, and subscribe to The Race if you like what we're doing to keep up to date with all the major stories as the 2022 F1 season begins.
I'm in the actual Mercedes F1 the actual one. And W.H. Smith, the Mercedes F1 sim. What are you saying?
Hello everybody and welcome to Mercedes Formula One headquarters. We are here today to check out their brand new esports facility. They've got loads of amazing rinks I can play for free. It's going to be awesome. And then after that, once I've proved my worth, I can then go on the actual F1 simulator itself. Yes, pinch me, I am literally dreaming. Shall we get this day started? I think so. Bono, is this your pad? This is amazing. What a facility. Do you live here? Is this where you sleep as well? Because I would.
Yeah, sometimes we stay here, right? So
long days.
Exactly. But yeah, today we're gonna get you ready for the big F1 sim. Obviously, we gotta get you ready for it. The esports sims. So we're gonna put you in and do some laps around Barcelona and get you all familiar with everything.
Barcelona.
And then, exactly.
Okay. All right.
The track we always do in the sim. So.
Is it? Okay. Right. I think we'll need as much time as possible. Please give me all the tips you possibly can, and hopefully I can get somewhere near.
We'll give you as much time as possible on these, and then hopefully we're ready to go.
Fingers crossed.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, Bono, we're heading out of the pits now, and you're going to be my guide, my tutor, to try and be better at F1. Do you think you, firstly, have the teaching abilities, and secondly, do you think I have the ability in order to learn from you?
I'm sure you can handle yourself already. You're a bit of a legend in this racing community. So.
You were not paid to say that, I can promise you that immediately.
Basically, with this game, is you want to use as much track as possible. The curbs are very tricky. If you hit them at the wrong angle, you completely lose the car in this game. So it's very important to hit the right part of the curb with the right part of the car.
So I mentioned about this, obviously, brand new facility, Bono. How helpful is it? Because of course you got yourself, Jarno, Danny, all based out of here. Does it actually help when you come to race day and also when you're practicing?
Yeah, for sure. Of course, we're used to being at home and driving from there and then sort of connecting online. But this just makes everything a lot easier because you're in the same room and you have the engineers here, so it's so much easier to just go through stuff together and have this whole process done in person rather than online. Definitely a big help for us, yeah.
Of course, you have world champion Jarno Ottmer in your team. What would you say is the one thing you've learnt from him to make you a better driver?
The thing I'm most impressed by is his dedication, really. Like how much hours he puts in. With Brendan, another champion that we had last year in the team, last year my teammate, I could already see that, how dedicated he was, but Jarno takes it even to a more extreme level. Okay,
Bono, we've come to the end of our preparation session. Do you think I earned my place to have a go on the actual Formula One simulator?
Definitely. You're getting pretty close now in terms of lap time, and you're keeping up as well, so see what you can do in the real thing.
Thank you, Bono. I'm so appreciative. Let's do it! The time is now. The moment is here. I've been given my training by Bono in their brand new esports facility, which, by the way, looks amazing. But I'm here.
It's F1 simulator time. Mercedes Formula One Team Simulator is waiting for this pleb. I'm going in.
Right, oh my god, I'm literally in the Mercedes F1 simulator. I don't know how my life has come to this particular moment, but... oh my god, what is life? Enjoy every second, man, please. And also don't bin it. So you might be wondering about the camera angles currently, right now. That's because this is literally top secret. We can film me, the tub, that's it. Everything else, competitors cannot know. Oh Lord, okay. We're actually in the sim. I'm gonna be gawping for most of this. I just don't want to like crash. Here we go then. Oh my good Lord, we're driving around Silverstone in the Mercedes Formula One simulator. That was a little bit of an early turn in, but we'll ignore that. Oh, there is so much grip. Oh, it's grip for days. Oh my goodness me, I can't believe this is actually real. Oh, that was early. I mean, how early I just turned in then was because the car just stuck. Wow. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh, it just goes in, doesn't it? Oh, Stowe Corner is just the easiest corner in the world. Into Maggots and Beckett's. I'm pretty sure this is flat through here. Oh, it actually is. Oh, that is, I mean... How do they do that in real life? I will never know. They just throw it in 8th gear with actual, like, proper G-forces going through their neck. This is just stunning. Rear end likes to step out if you get a little bit too eager. That's fair enough. That is just ridiculous through cops. You can just flat, no problem. So a difference between the esports rig and what I'm currently experiencing in the simulator. Probably one of the main things is just the sensation of speed and grip is just unbelievable. Like the esports rigs are amazing. The immersion is, of course, great with 3 screens. When you've got an absolute massive projector in front of you, it just takes you to another level. I think I want to take this home. I'm not sure if they will notice if I do, but I'll give it a good go. I'm a reasonable haggler. And another big, as I make a mistake so I can talk, another big obvious difference is the actual monocoque that I'm currently in. This is just, I would genuinely trade my bed for this. probably not as comfortable, but to have something like this is just so cool. Like, you just feel like an F1 driver. Whee! Well done, Matt. You had to spin at some point. I think I'm okay. I think we're okay. I made it out alive. It takes a long time to obviously get used to the whole sensation of being in this incredible simulator. But it just gives you an insight as to what the drivers actually go through and how much force their bodies must have to endure. It's insane, isn't it?
With it being the first of our WTF1 Versus series, I set myself a challenge. On the F1 simulator, I wanted to get within 107% of the pole time in Silverstone last year. That's all I wanted, to be able to get the all clear from the FIA that I'm not a completely useless driver by passing the 107% rule that they have in real life F1. A 1 minute 26.134 was Lewis Hamilton's lap time. Could I do it?
Okay, so here's my fastest lap in the Mercedes AMG Formula 1 simulator. I have to pinch myself that I'm saying this right now, but here we are, Silverstone, and I actually went into full concentration mode, hence the voiceover, because I wasn't really being able to talk much and trying not to crash, but you've already heard, the grip in this car is unbelievable. To be honest with you, obviously a little bit disappointed that there was no motion, but unfortunately they weren't able to activate that because it takes too long to basically recalibrate if you crash. So it doesn't matter. It really did not matter in the slightest because I was living the dream in this amazing immersive experience. And I just could not believe that the likes of Lewis Hamilton, Valtteri Bottas, etc., from the Mercedes team have sat in this cockpit. It's unbelievable. Through the old turn 1, Klopp's corner, that was you just turn it in and you go, wow, there's even more grip than I expected. Maggots and Beckett's, I was absolutely floored by the amount of grip. There's a little bit of a correction there, but that's mainly me just trying to find the grip, because you just turn in and it goes. But I was actually pretty happy with this lap, to be honest. There's a lot of pressure. I was told, right, you've got 1 lap to go, Matt, and I've pretty much, set the world alight for my standards anyway. So hopefully you guys watching will accept that I'm not as bad on the simulator as some of you might think around the last couple of corners. It was just a purely amazing experience.
What an experience! Oh my god! I just really want to say this
Right, we're done here. Thank you so much to Mercedes for allowing us to go around their brand new esports facility that has not been seen by really anybody, to Bono for allowing me to basically learn from him on how to be better at Formula 1, and for them to allow us to go in and drive the actual F1 team simulator and to film it as well so you guys could see exactly how average I was. Thank you so much for watching. It's going to take me a little while to absorb all of this, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Cool, I will go live. Right, we're going live, we're going live, we're going live, we're going live, we're going live. Go live, we're live, we're live. Hello, hello everybody, welcome once again. Sorry that we're 5 minutes late, but my god, there's so much to do during a 1 hour lunch break. Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah, ET was definitely a second. But that isn't Tommy, as you can see, in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. It is in fact Katie Bellman, from WTF1 also. Welcome. Welcome to your first.
Massive FOMO you guys for a day and a half.
There we go.
Can you place it in the
No, it's fine. It was all me. But everyone's saying hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of F1 Deck 2. I am currently into my 30th hour of talking in 2 days.
That's a lot.
It's still intact. I've just recorded a voiceover in the lunch break, which is fantastic. And we're ready to give you some updates. So I need to close the window. There's so much going on. Right, it's a pleasure. I'll leave that. Cool. So Casey, give us your
Your thoughts firstly on yesterday and what you've seen this morning, because no one's heard your thoughts just yet, and I will sort my life out as well.
Okay, perfect. So I have, well, firstly, I've enjoyed the content that you two have been bringing. Absolutely, I'm very proud of you. I haven't been paid to say this. But in terms of actually what we've seen, what we've actually seen on track, the cars, now I'm seeing them on the ground and not through renders or magic shows that the teams are putting on to reveal their cars. They do look really good. I was a little bit unsure at first, maybe because it was such a dramatic change to what we've seen over the last few years, but I do like the look of these new cars. Obviously the Red Bull made its proper debut yesterday, which those side pods are extremely intense, and either Adrian Newey and his team are geniuses, or it could be a big risk to take, but I think it's going to be the first of the two. What else has been going on? We had a Ferrari 1-2 yesterday, which was very exciting until Lando Norris came along and beat the time. But during that, the 1-2 time, I know that you were properly on the Ferrari hype train. You've been on that for a long time anyway.
Yep.
And then before the end of the morning session, Daniel Ricciardo also went fastest. So it meant that we've seen the McLaren so far. But of course, it's only a shakedown or a test or whatever you want to refer it to. Times don't necessarily mean McLaren are going to be world champions. We've seen it so many times in tests where, you know, maybe Daniel Ricciardo in Red Bull ends up being the fastest and like Lewis Hamilton maybe the championship. So it's just an important chance for the teams and the drivers to get used to these new cars. Obviously, it's a whole new set of regulations. Lots of them have been changing their driving style to get used to these cars. So yeah, I'm getting a bit of FOMO not being on the ground in Barcelona, as we're saying now, come from this and long, but still very much enjoying reading the data the race has been saying, XPDs delivering us the new images, and of course taking part in Guess the F1 car, or which motorhome is this? So it's been a good couple of days, and I'm ready to sit and chat through what's happened at lunch break, because we've had some press conferences going on, been hearing from drivers and from watches, and then keeping an eye on what else is going on in the track. Obviously right before lunch as well, we had Sergio Perez bringing out the first red flag of the test so far. Nothing too dramatic, just a gearbox issue it seems to be, that he stopped in the exit of turn 13. So making sure Red Bull properly wrap that car up before it goes in the recovery truck, so they don't get any cheeky photographers being like paparazzi trying to get those spy shots. But he's back at the garage, the car's back at the garage now. And we've got I'm just reading through all your comments. Thank you so much. My Twitter name, so at KTWTF1 was already taken. So if you do want to follow me on Twitter, very nice of you to do. If you want to engage with retweets out and stuff, my Twitter handle is just at KTFairman. So if you just put my name into Twitter, hopefully you'll get
Oh, so Tommy got it wrong.
No, because at KTWTF1 is my Instagram handle. And it does look nicer on the stream.
It does.
But it does, but a struggle, an F1 struggle, but I appreciate that people want to find me.
Good stuff. So welcome everybody to this afternoon session. I'll kind of recap. I'm actually learning what I'm doing the match myself. So obviously, as Katie mentioned, there's some press conferences going on. Obviously, the main thing is Russia and Ukraine. As I said this morning, I think condolences go out to the people of the Ukraine that are going through such an awful time. Couldn't believe the this morning. I really hope that the situation improves, and it kind of links in kind of what Matteo Binotto said, where he was interviewed said that the local situation is very sad. All we can do is wait and see. From now until the race in September, there is time. My wish is for everything to stop very soon, and we'll have a meeting tonight to understand and manage the situation. So obviously the team bosses are having an emergency meeting to discuss all of this. My personal opinion is to help it, we won't get into that too much, but obviously that is the main talking point right now. Other drivers have been asked for their opinion on the Russian Grand Prix. Getting a lot of this from the race live test updates, which we've got a link in the description below if you want to go and look for yourself. But we keep you guys in the loop with all the information that our colleagues at the race give us. Leclerc said, "I don't know all the information. It's very sad to see that, especially in 2022. We'll take a decision. I think F1 will probably take the decision. Verstappen, when a country is at war, it's not only the race there, it's not only what I think, it's other things that decide what we're going to do next." Alonso said it's going to be Formula One decision eventually. Of our opinion, and it's the same one as everyone. We don't have to decide. We can make our own decisions for sure, but eventually I think F1 will be the best issue with that. I think most of the important is in unison. Other things that have gone on, Red Bull obviously retrieving the RB18 from the recovery truck after Perez stopped right at the end of the morning session due to what was suspected gearbox trouble. Here. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how quickly they can get running. Any lost mileage is going to be a negative thing, especially for Red Bull. As for the day 2 afternoon lineup, I'll run you through that. Mercedes is George Russell. Ferrari's got Charles Leclerc. McLaren has got Ricciardo because Lando had a full day yesterday. Alpine is Esteban Ocon. AlphaTauri is Pierre Gasly. Again, Tsunoda and both Alonso had full days yesterday. Aston Martin is Sebastian Vettel. Williams is Nicholas Latifi. Alfa Romeo, Guan Yu Zhou finally getting a run out, maybe, if the Alfa Romeo is running for this afternoon session. And in the Haas is Nikita Mazepin. So there you go.
Yeah, well, touching upon the Russia-Ukraine situation, one driver that has made headlines over the lunch break is Sebastian Vettel, who has said that even if a race does go ahead in Russia, he won't attend, he won't go. Seb is obviously always somebody who is great at speaking his mind and standing up for what he believes in. Look at Hungary last year with the Same Love rainbow t-shirt he had to sort of make a protest against the fact in Hungary there were very strict LGBTQ plus rules. But his full quote is similar to yours. You know, he woke up this morning to shock to the news. It's horrible to see what is happening. If you look at the calendar, we have a race scheduled in Russia. For myself, my own opinion is I should not go. I will not go. It is wrong to race in the country. I'm sorry to the people, innocent people who are losing their lives, getting killed for stupid reasons. A very strange and mad leadership. It's something we will talk about, but the GPDA, which Seb is one of the presidents of or chairs of, hasn't come together yet. Personally, I'm just so shocked and sad to see what is going on. We will see going forward, but I think my decision is already made. That's Seb's comments on it all. So pretty strong from him to say that he won't even go if there is a race scheduled there. But,
yeah, and the GPDA,
good for him for standing up for
probably
it.
worth mentioning, GPDA means the Grand Prix Drivers Association for those that don't know. But yes, there's going to be clear stances, and I think F1 will make the right decision with this, to be honest with you, because I don't think they'll have anyone to race there if that is the case. So there you go on that one. I'm just going to keep an eye because I imagine it's green flag. I haven't actually seen an official green flag at the end of the pit lane. Oh no, it's afternoon session is go. There is a green light at the end of the pit lane, not flag, light. It's a light match. And Vettel is the first to take to the track this afternoon. It took 13 minutes, but we have a car back out on track after lunch, and Vettel is at the wheel of the Aston Martin. So they weren't eager to get straight out of the blocks, which is strange. I'm going to be getting loads of images from XPB, and I assume Tommy is going to be sending me some as well. I haven't actually spoken to him about
I'm
that,
going to be creating.
Oh, you're going to be doing it? Okay,
today.
you are,
Yeah,
Katie.
so
Oh, lovely.
send things across.
So we've got. Oh, that is just literally a blank thing. There we go. There's Sebastian Vettel. Yeah, that's. He doesn't look particularly happy in that photo, to be honest with you. Have we got any pictures being loaded up on XPB yet, Katie? Is there anything of interest?
There's some pictures at the moment from the press conferences. If you want to see what drivers look like sat in their chairs, I'll send some of those over.
I'm speaking for chat, but I'm assuming you guys would just like to see any content that gets uploaded. let me know if that isn't the case. We'd rather just see the cars, but I think you guys want to see what's going on. So yeah, feel free to send over whatever you see, Katie. That would be great.
Shall I send them to you via email? Is that the easiest?
Send it to me on
solution for
Slack
you?
if that's okay. Just
Slack, of course, yeah.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
I'm having a quick swig of Actimel because need that
Keep
boost.
yourself. Yeah, exactly.
It's not other
take care of yourself.
yogurt drinks are available, I suppose. But I had a Rio yesterday, and I'm having an Actimel apparently today. I'm trying to be healthy. Right, how long we got? We got 7,500 people joining for the afternoon session already. Welcome everybody. How are you watching this? Says DJ Melter. We aren't. We're not watching it. We've got people on the ground, as Katie loves me saying.
I do. It really is. It makes me happy every time you say it.
In Barcelona, via our colleagues at The Race, which I'm sure you have heard many things about. They are a team of journalists. They do incredible articles and also run a great website and YouTube and do loads of podcasts. So they are actually in Barcelona, and we've got direct communication with them. We've also got XPB Images, who are taking pictures at the track and sending us the latest hot off the press pictures. So it's all very exciting. And it's all good. No time from Vettel as far as we're aware just yet. Russell and Gasly now on track too. So very exciting to see some more cars out on track. So right now, as we would have seen from the morning session, Danny Rick, P1 in that McLaren on the C3 tyre, not C4 like Lando put in.
See it.
I believe Guan Yu Zhou is out there as well, because it says 1 lap, but maybe he came out and then came straight back in after an installation.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed seeing the Aston Martin out on track, because the green, like you've mentioned it before, the green has changed from what it was last year. And I was catching up on Sky's coverage yesterday, and they've got some of their guys in the pit lane there and filming it. I don't know if it was maybe the light, but it just looks such a good colour, and it makes me question, why was it not this colour before? Because it just looks so much better, and hopefully it does pick up better on TV. And yes, Barcelona is nice and sunny for now. It will be a test when we get to night races or rainy races where it's a bit gloomy. But I love that livery. I think it looks stunning. I think it's still my favourite out of all of the ones so far.
Absolutely. Of course, they had their previous sponsorships, which may have taken their particular livery design in previous years in a certain direction, but they've got it absolutely spot on this year. It's a brilliant looking livery. Unfortunately, Ferrari for me still tops it, but it is a gorgeous looking car. And when Tommy, the livery expert, says he likes it as well, there's something that's definitely gone right in that Ferrari camp. So just to recap, so it's Danny Rick, 65 laps this morning. Sainz did 71. Gasly did 64. Albon 47. Stroll 55 laps. Schumacher 66. Much better for Haas this morning. 21 laps for Bottas and Alfa Romeo. 38 laps for Perez before his gearbox or something went wrong in the car, yet to be confirmed. 40 laps for Hamilton. 66 laps for Ocon. 3 laps now for Vettel. This is this afternoon. Russell and Zhou have 1 lap as far as we're aware at this particular moment. So I wonder how Guan Yu Zhou is doing. Nicholas Latifi out there as well. Guan Yu Zhou now has 2 laps on the board. So he is officially getting used to that 2022 F1 car, and he needs all the time he can possibly get.
We can. I'm sending through some images for you now, by the way, Matt, on Slack.
Thank you very much.
Conference moments.
Oh, we love that. Here we go. Boom, boom. Right, let's stick some stuff up and get rid of potentially quite sad Sebastian Vettel. There is. Well, I say we get rid of him. We've now got Seb and Charles, who is getting interviewed there during the lunch break. A lot of McDonald's memes about the Ferrari overalls this year. Yeah. I don't quite see it. I actually don't mind it. I think it looks all right. I think there's definitely worse team overalls out there. Don't like McLarens. And who else am I thinking of? Alpine as well. Although they do merge them a bit better. They actually merge the colours a bit better. I just don't like the colours full stop. So that's there's Seb and Charles. And then you've got Max and Fernando being asked some questions during the break. And then we have another picture of Perez's broken down car. This time, this was just before it was salvaged. Perez looking down at his car solemnly. He was only a couple of corners away from home, but clearly had to stop the car so that further damage wasn't done, or maybe it just didn't have any more drive, because you wouldn't imagine, unless it was a serious issue, why they wouldn't have just crawled it back to the pit lane during that particular time. So I wonder if Sergio will get back.
Hear that in the mic, because it's
A little
hailing
bit. What
at
is
the
it?
moment.
Yeah, I thought I wondered what that
Hail.
was.
And I'm like, why has it started right now as soon as we're about to begin? But I can put myself on mute in case
It's okay.
it's a bit noisy. It's
Yeah.
a bit atmospheric. You said yesterday you wanted a background
music,
music,
yeah.
maybe some slow jazz. I can give you hail.
Give me help. Brilliant. Thank you, Katie. We'll see how loud it becomes. But apparently
yeah, if
Red
there's
Bull...
suddenly a thunderstorm or something, maybe not.
Jack from the race lets us know that the only Red Bull update so far is that the stoppage was a gearbox problem. So that is 100% confirmed that was the case. So that is the reason for Perez not running at the moment. Of course, they will have had that hour or maybe 45 minutes, 30 minutes, depending on how quickly they got the car back, to work on the car and try and get it fixed. But let's see. You'd imagine it's going to take a little while before we see Sergio back on track. Alex Albon, still P4, as you can see on the times, a 21.531 in that Williams. 47 laps under his belt so far in day 2. It's good to see Alex back in the sport, and that Williams looks much nicer than what we've seen in the past, I'd have to say. It's the livery's growing on both myself and Tommy at quite a rate of knots, Katie. Is it doing the same for you?
Yeah, very much so. I think when we watched along live to it, obviously the renders and the actual car itself look very different, because Williams is going to make sure that the renders that are the things that get like widely distributed look, you know, chef's kiss. But yeah, it's definitely growing on me. But yesterday we didn't get much of a chance to see the livery in full working order, because they used all this Flovis paint, and so for most of testing yesterday it was just covered in like this horrible vibrant green snot to check the all the aero and everything's working well. But yeah, some people liked it. It reminded them of a Minardi or something like that, but I think I'll stick with just like the blue and the reds and that they've got there at the moment.
Absolutely. What are people saying in the chat? How's Alpine doing? Well, Brian plays 10:44. Oh, Katie's on the case as well with the picture. Love that. I've just closed that. There we go. Alpine. How would we talk about Alpine? 66 laps. Oh, I mean, kind of what I said at the end of the morning session. It's clearly not any sort of performance run whatsoever from Alpine. But 66 laps, that's where, you know, judge it on the mileage. I know I sound like a broken record, but I know people dip in and out of testing streams and whatnot, but judge it on the mileage. And 66 laps is a good benchmark for a morning session from Ocon, and he'll get further time and further experience this afternoon, providing there's no problems. And but the team that stands out for me, not only because I am passionate, but also Ferrari. You know, they did 153 laps, I think it was, and they've already done 71 laps today. They are getting a gargantuan amount of mileage in this new car, and every single lap turned is a new bit of learning for the teams. So you have to think at the very least that the teams that put a huge amount of laps in should be in reasonably good stead come at least the next testing session in Bahrain in a couple of weeks' time. Nicholas Latifi has just slotted himself in to P7 with a 22.063 after 4 laps of running. Half a second off what his teammate managed this morning. Good job. Actually, that's 21.894 now. It's improved even more since I just spoke, so 3 tenths now from Alex Albon. So the Go-Tifi is on track.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a big year for him. I know we haven't even had our first races, only day 2 of testing, but going up against Albon, who obviously has a glowing resume and lots of people thinking that he's a very good driver. Obviously, he was a Red Bull, got the demotion back in F1. Latifi will be hoping that he could maybe beat Albon this year. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, in junior categories, Albon, because they raced in Dams together in F2 in 2018, I think it was, and Albon sort of trounced Latifi, but we'll see. Maybe being more embedded in Williams will give Latifi an edge, because Albon is coming in as the new boy. So I'm excited to see that how that championship battle, or teammate battle, looks over the course of a season. Who do you think will come out on top from those two?
Out of who two, sorry?
Out of Albon and Latifi.
Well, I mean, I've kind of said, I think in our podcast previously, that Albon has to demolish Latifi if he's to be, I suppose, on a good trajectory moving forward in the sport. Because no disrespect to Latifi, but he's not the best driver on the grid. I don't think he's anywhere near really the level in which you want to be sort of benching yourself at. So he has to be Latifi. Whether I think he will, I think he will. I don't think it will be a whitewash. I think it will be kind of, for 22 races, I think he'll out-qualify in maybe 15-7, and, similar maybe in terms of the race as well. But will that be enough? I don't know. Latifi did have a strong end to the season last year in terms of his comparison to George, but similar to McLaren with Danny Rick and Lando, I felt like it was more a drop-off of performance of Lando, bringing himself back to Danny Rick rather than Danny Rick essentially having incredible results. And the same goes for George Russell and Nicolas Latifi. I think George maybe started to focus on Mercedes a little bit, and George, unless I a race at the end of the season, it was pretty much done and dusted for that Williams team in terms of constructors. So, yeah, it's really important to how it does quite
Definitely. Just having a look and seeing what people are saying in the chat.
I would say update on the Red Bull. The only thing we have is the gearbox was the reason for stopping. We haven't got anything else. Thanks. Let us know if we do. I'm just speaking to the race people as well. That's awesome. But yeah, they are in Spain. So they are very busy. I'm sure writing articles as well and keeping the live timing up to speed. Any questions you want me to ask? Anything you'd like them to nose around that? I think, maybe a word now for there would be good.
Yeah, they've had a shocking start, haven't they, to testing. Obviously, Kubica was in the car yesterday, in there for the morning, and how many laps did he manage to total up? It was like 7 or something
9
like that. Really?
Was, yeah.
9, oh my god. So, really not a great start for Robbie Kubica. And then Bottas in the car in the afternoon. But, yeah, they've had a really difficult start to testing. They need more parts thrown in, or Bottas yesterday was saying that they identified the issue that was causing it, but it wasn't a case of a quick fix. So, I hope that they do manage to he's a bit of a veteran now with Formula One. Like, it's not gonna. Obviously, it would be nice to get the manual cars because it is essentially a fresh slate for a lot of them.
Yeah.
But he has that knowledge and that experience that he'll probably be able to pick it up a lot quicker than someone like Juan Yucho, who was actually a rookie in his first year of Formula One. So I'm hoping that a better chance to get some laps on the board because he is.
There's two teammates that I'm looking at this season where one should track the other. I think Joe's got so much to learn. Bottas is an opportunity to lead the team and potentially to design the car around him. So I fully expect Bottas to potentially 22-0 this year. That could get up and be very, age very, very badly. That's certainly what I think. Back to comments from a driver. Roger is saying that Massey was thrown under the bus. The decision to remove Michael Massey from his doubling down on the decision to get rid of Michael Massey. Or even just skirted around the edges and gone, yeah, it's fine, yeah, it's no, they literally think it's the worst thing ever done.
Michael Massey has been removed as race director, which, they're allowed their own opinion. And, of course, they have a lot more information than the average spectator in terms of what goes on behind the scenes because there are other people at fault. It's certainly going to rile up some Team LH fans again, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to say, because like you they have a much better relationship with Massey than any of us armchair experts at home have. However, yes, Abu Dhabi was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, but there were significant amount of things that happened up until that point. It's not just a case of, oh, we fluffed up the safety car in Abu Dhabi and he should be sacked for that. Like, there were several incidences, whether that's just communication issue, going back to Saudi Arabia, should Mercedes have been told before Red Bull that Verstappen was going to have to give the place back, which then turned caused this whole playing DRS chicken and Hamilton going to the back of Verstappen. But then there have also been safety concerns, letting the cars out on track when there's still a recovery vehicle on the circuit. So there have been several instances, marshals on the track picking up debris in Imola last year, or 2020, when Russell had his crash under the safety car. Cars cannot unlock themselves with people still on the track. Like, there is a significant amount of things that have happened up until Abu Dhabi. But I'm looking forward to seeing what these new race directors are going to do. Of course, they aren't going to have the knowledge that Massey has built up in that time that he was race director for those 2 years. But there's still going to be
welke blik is er nog niet. Ну чё, пацанчики, ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне. кепка ёбаная! Они вообще все молодцы, пидоры! Блять, берсащими! готов. Это что за хрень? Левый коронный, правый похоронный. Вот он, блядь!
There's nothing quite like new hardware. The smell, the
That didn't take long. AMD's Threadripper lineup revitalized the high-end enthusiast desktop space when it first dropped. And now, after a few short years, it no longer exists. That's right, AMD just announced their new Zen 3-based Threadripper Pro chips yesterday, and they look great. But note the Pro. These bad boys aren't gonna be on store shelves near you, they're OEM only, and they aren't going to be cheap. That's right. Now that they're on top, it seems like AMD is resting on their laurels just like Intel did. And this announcement demonstrates once again that AMD is not your friend. You know who is though? Actually, they're not your friend. They're just our sponsor, they're our friend. Build Redux offers competitive pricing compared to building a PC yourself, and their website makes it easy to configure your build alongside their helpful support guides. Head to buildredux.com/Linus and start creating your PC today. Oh, here we go. Linus is ranting about evil corporations again, but hear me out. AMD's Threadripper Pro 5000 series CPUs are a Zen 3 refresh of the Threadripper Pro 3000 series and come with everything that Zen 3 implies. Higher core clocks, better memory controllers, more cache in the 8-core CCX arrangement, and AMD's Shadow Stack feature that protects against buffer overflows. They also come with increasingly enterprise-focused features like more memory capacity in channels, more PCI Express lanes, and a bigger price tag, which is great. Awesome, love it. But I have one question. Where are the cheaper non-pro Threadrippers? What's that? There aren't any? Well, then what happened to socket STRX4? Oh, it's dead like X399 after only one generation? That is such a shame. Now look, AMD is a publicly traded company, and that means that they are actually legally obligated to do whatever they can to increase profits for their shareholders. Legally. Like, if they didn't do it, they could be sued by their shareholders. So when faced with the prospect of using those Zen 3 chiplets to power lower cost, consumer or enthusiast Threadripper processors compared to jacking up the price for Threadripper Pro and just not selling consumer chips anymore, you gotta bet that they're gonna choose Threadripper Pro. After all, you gotta remember who it was that introduced the concept of a $1,000 consumer CPU when they were on top back in the 2000s. Here's a hint, it wasn't Intel. Yes, they make good products, and yes, they've been an underdog for a long time, but when AMD can take advantage of their top dog position, they have and they will, just like Intel. So why did they make Threadripper in the first place then? If you ask me, mindshare. The OG Threadrippers, the 1000 series, if you believe the story, weren't even on AMD's roadmap, and launching them, supposedly, provided AMD with just another piece of their product stack to put even more Zen chips in machines worldwide, meanwhile slapping Team Blue in yet another one of their traditional strongholds, the high-end desktop market. There's just one problem with that in today's world, and that's where this conversation takes a bit of a weird turn. The high-end desktop concept for enthusiasts is, in my opinion, currently obsolete. Think about it. Intel hasn't released an HEDT platform since mid-2017, and they haven't released a chip for one since late 2019, which coincidentally is around the time that the last consumer Threadripper chip was announced. So what happened? Ryzen happened. The 16-core Ryzen 9 3950X also launched in late 2019, and for the first time, you were able to get truly HEDT core counts, 16 freaking cores, on a desktop platform. Remember, the first-gen Threadripper, the 1000 series, actually capped out at 16 cores. So here, we had a desktop platform now, with PCIe Gen 4 for massive bandwidth, and dropping at a time when late-generation DDR4 modules with higher capacities were rolling off the production lines. So overnight, both Intel's X299 and AMD's Threadripper platforms became significantly less appealing for most users, because their major swing points were now being cannibalized by the consumer desktop platform. The last consumer Threadripper chips that came out then in early 2020 tried to stay relevant with up to 64 cores, 256 gigs of RAM, and 88 total PCI Express Gen 4 lanes. But how many people made use of all of that, but then didn't need much more memory capacity? How many consumers were really building their own Threadripper rigs versus buying pre-built systems with enterprise features and support? That's the question AMD apparently asked themselves, and the answer seems to have been very few. And honestly speaking, I don't like that HEDT is basically dead. I hate it, but I get it. Maybe what AMD is really doing here is creating a product lineup that better reflects what their customers are actually buying, and it's kind of a smart move. As consumer platforms start rolling out with PCI Express Gen 5, the need for additional lanes is going to be seriously reduced. There's even talk already of reducing SSDs to just 2 lanes once Gen 5 hits the data center, because the bandwidth is already there, and it makes no sense to tie up the extra lanes and the associated pins and design complexity that come with them. And while it's not quite the same thing as quad channel memory, DDR5's double burst length with 2 subchannels per module effectively means that memory transfers get similar latency benefits. And quite frankly, risk of being quoted out of context, because I'm all about that more power, well, 16 cores ought to be enough for anybody. Today. If you don't find that comforting, maybe pick up a Swacket from LTDstore.com. Unlike Threadripper, they are not discontinued. And I know that kind of thing might upset you as an enthusiast, but think about it. What workloads need 16 cores right now? We're in the middle of a software design paradigm shift, like when we went from single to dual core and dual to quad core. It took and is taking a while for developers to figure out the best way to utilize these extra cores. And quad core turned out to be enough as recently as 5 years ago because, well, damn it, Intel said it was enough. And also because utilizing those extra cores is a struggle. And going all the way to 16, even power users are having a hard time imagining how to fully utilize them.
It's true. I've got a 12-core 3900X at home, and honestly, I don't use all those cores most of the time. If I didn't dabble with running multiple virtual machines, I'd be just as well off with an 8-core or even a 6-core CPU, especially if all I wanted to do was game. In fact, 6 cores is what I went with for my VR rig. Sure, there's stuff like compiling code and non-GPU rendering, but the reality is that anybody serious enough about coding or graphics to be looking at a Threadripper would probably also be looking at a separate build or render box, so their workstation isn't unusable while the job's being done. If, say, I ran a Plex instance, a personal web server, and maybe mess around with a Windows or Mac OS virtual machine, that'd be roughly half my dozen cores, and I'd probably be more pressured on memory and storage at that point. Now, would I complain if I had 16 cores to play with? No. But I don't need them either. I don't even need what I have now. By the time I do, pricing for those extra cores, not to mention platform features like PCI Express Gen 5 and DDR5, will come down and it'll all be more mature to boot. The only times I've personally gone for like the top-end consumer processors were the Core i7 3770K I got with Intel Retail Edge on the cheap, and the Core i7 6700K near the tail end of the quad core is all you need years, so I'd have the extra threads to work with. And that's just me comparing my 12 cores to 16, let alone Threadripper with up to 64. Now, you could argue that Threadripper would stay relevant for way longer than any desktop chip would, but you'd be wrong about that. The 16-core Threadripper 1950X workstation that I use to type this script is slow as balls, and I have never once used all the cores. I desperately want more IPC and faster memory. I'd happily trade for a 5800X or even a 5600X and some fast memory. I'm not even using more PCI Express lanes than a modern Ryzen desktop can handle. And I'm Anthony.
All of that said, the workstation experience is still there, and Threadripper Pro is here to stay and makes more sense to more customers looking for something that's in between Ryzen and EPYC compared to the OG Threadripper. And don't worry, we will definitely be doing a deeper dive on these Zen 3 units, so make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss it. For now, I don't like that they've hung Threadripper customers out to dry, and neither do you. In fact, I'd encourage you to be angry about it, because quite frankly, proving that there's still a market is the only way that AMD might listen to your course here. but I would also encourage you to reassess your needs and consider whether you might be just as well served by the coming generation of consumer CPUs. It's not as glamorous and it doesn't look as great on your, Instagram feed, but it's going to have wider support and a lot more versatile form factors, and your wallet will probably thank you for that. Just like this Segway will thank me for our sponsor, Squarespace. If you're looking at creating and sharing your own content online, give Squarespace a try. Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for building a top-tier website and growing your brand online. You can upload or embed your video library and organize it in one of Squarespace's best-in-class templates to explore the new ways that you can monetize your content. You can both display your social media content and push website content out to your channels. Plus, with the members area, you can unlock a whole new revenue stream for your videos by posting exclusive content behind either a subscription or a one-time fee. And Squarespace's analytics and insights ensure that you're optimizing your website every step of the way. So head to squarespace.com/LTT and get 10% off today. Thanks for watching. If you guys enjoyed this, go check out our recent video on AMD's Pro Series Ryzen processors and their platform locking function. It's more evidence that maybe AMD doesn't always have the consumer's best interests.
Jeez, is it okay?
Crap. I bent a lot of pins.
Linus.
That's really bad. I can fix it.
If everything goes according to plan today, I'm going to install this brand new Ryzen 5600G CPU in that Lenovo ThinkCentre M75S PC, destroying it permanently. And believe it or not, that's a feature, not a bug. You see, some AMD Ryzen CPUs contain a fuse that allows a motherboard manufacturer to lock the CPU to their own brand of motherboard. It's a security feature that first showed up in EPYC server chips, but Lenovo seems to have taken it upon themselves to enable it on the desktop. Okay, maybe destroyed permanently is a little unfair. The chip will still work as long as you put it in a Lenovo motherboard, but damn it, I'm mad! Or at least, I will be if it behaves the way that I'm expecting. Obviously, we don't want to brick any more chips than we absolutely have to, so we haven't actually tried it yet, but we're about to.
Smart Deploy gives you zero-touch, zero-headache PC management for IT. You can deploy Windows, apps, and drivers from the cloud with no VPN required. Get your free subscription worth over $600 at smartdeploy.com/Linus.
Нехороший вы, блядь, человек.
Why am I so good at fixing hardware?
Левый
I
корон.
break a lot of hardware. You gotta fix a lot of hardware. Well, it's not hardware that I'm good at fixing, but I am pretty good at fixing dead pins.
There is virtually no way of knowing if the Lenovo system that you just bought has a locked CPU inside it. There's no visual indication, no sticker, the website, no mention of it whatsoever, and even the full 9-page spec sheet, nothing. And I bet that the vast majority of people that bought a system like this one would think that the Ryzen 5 5650G inside it would work like any other desktop CPU. Let's try that first. Maybe this is all a big misunderstanding and Lenovo didn't lock down this machine. Guess we should power it on first, make sure it actually works.
Yeah, sure.
There we go. Everything booted up as normal. The DVD drive works. It's just really good. Overall, what are we looking at here? We've got solid front I/O, less solid rear I/O, Ryzen 5650G processor with a very unexceptional looking blower cooler, although I do like that it exhausts all the heat directly out of the back of the system. Got an M.2 boot drive, 260 watt power supply. Wow, I don't even get a 260 watt power supply anymore. Oh lordy, is that single channel memory? For shame, 16 gigs on a single stick. Well, I can definitely see why people would want to put the CPU in a different computer. So what's your bet, Alex?
Doesn't work.
You bet it doesn't work?
It doesn't work.
I don't know. There's so little concrete information out there about this. I kind of am hoping that it's just a storm in a teacup situation. Holy crap. It's just in a...
What's the code it's throwing?
It ends up at C2 and then it reboots. It goes C2, 0, 0, and then it reboots. And I know 0, 0 means no processor. We've given this a solid 5 minutes at this point. It's clearly not gonna fire up. I wanna take a closer look at this CPU. Maybe maybe there's something else at play here. Okay, well here's one thing. This is a Ryzen 5 Pro 5650G. And we do know that their Pro lineup is geared more towards the workstation market. I don't mean workstation in the sense that you're doing like 3D modeling or animation, certainly not on a machine like this, but workstation in that this is a professional machine. Maybe it's just Pro ones, or maybe that motherboard's not Pro compatible, or?
If you want, we can test a Pro CPU in that motherboard.
We have another Pro?
Yeah, we have another Pro.
Oh.
I can go grab it.
Yeah, let's do that.
So I have this 4750G, although we do have a problem that this is from a Lenovo system, so if it's locked, that would suck.
I just fired this one up, and Alex is about to fire this one up. If this turns on, then what we'll know for sure is that this motherboard works with Pro CPUs. And if it doesn't, then we won't really know anything. Either that CPU is also vendor locked, or if this board doesn't support Pro CPUs. If this one turns on, then we will know for certain that the CPU itself still works, but that Lenovo absolutely did lock it down to their model.
There we go.
It only took me 2 tries to time that. Do I have to break the 5600G?
Well, we don't know if it'll break or not.
We're pretty sure it's gonna break, Alex.
But we don't know.
There it is. PSB enable. Enabled by default. If it is enabled when a new CPU is installed, the system will notify the user during post. This notice message can be cleared by pressing Y. So you clear it by pressing Y, but which, if I understand correctly, will also mean that you have just vendor locked your CPU. That's not as simple as just clearing a notification. And confirmed, it is locked down so that the CPU will only work in a Lenovo system by default, which raises the question, why would anybody want that in the first place? I mean, I get why you'd want to lock down certain parts of your PC. Firmware, for example, could help prevent malicious code from being injected into it, or having an encrypted hard drive to make sure people can't steal your data. I mean, heck, even encrypted RAM, since you could hypothetically have someone freeze it with liquid nitrogen and then read the bits off of it. But how could vendor locking a CPU increase security? Well, as it turns out, we aren't actually super concerned about the CPU. We're concerned about the UEFI BIOS, the firmware. And locking the CPU is a byproduct of locking down that. The culprit here then is AMD's Platform Secure Boot, or PSB. And we can see it's enabled right here. And it's legitimately a useful feature that some customers do want, because once an intruder has access to your BIOS, the rest of your security measures become largely meaningless. So to address this, AMD, and Intel for that matter, puts a little ARM microcontroller in their CPU that is responsible for security. And to ensure that everything is secure, the BIOS, or firmware, needs to trust the CPU, and the CPU needs to trust the BIOS. So when PSB is enabled, there's a little field programmable fuse in the CPU that has some information from the BIOS written onto it, including a cryptographic code from the motherboard manufacturer. So let's disable PSB in the BIOS and put our off-the-shelf Ryzen 5 5600G in here. Oh wow, you did a great job of straightening those pins. It actually goes in pretty easily.
Thank you.
Like so many parts of this video, we are not 100% sure that our non-Pro Ryzen CPU will even have this feature at all. So we're gonna head into the BIOS with it disabled. Don't want to accidentally lock it, and see what it says. Okay. PSB and okay, well the features here. I want to enable it. I want to know.
Oh.
Apparently it's on the regular chips. A new CPU has been installed on your system. Press yes button or Y to lock the CPU and execute the platform secure boot process. Note, the locked CPU cannot be used on other models. Am I supposed to do it now? Is this the point in the adventure when I have to do it?
Press Y.
Oh God.
Good night, sweet friends.
To confirm, the CPU does still work. LTTstore.com, holy crap, we launched the cute little plushies, but I am now expecting this CPU to not work on our other machine. I hate this.
That light's just blinking.
And it's going through the exact same postcode cycle. Oh, I really don't feel very good right now. That really sucks. So at this point, you guys are probably thinking, surely there is some way to reverse this process, right? No, there is not. Once PSB is enabled, it cannot be undone. In fact, the whole point of AMD's PSB is to allow the CPU to verify that the BIOS can be trusted. So if a hacker was able to easily overwrite the cryptographic key, then you can sure as heck bet that that would be the first step of their hack, to just disable it, right? Speaking of hacking, we're currently working on a video where we hack a PS4 Pro. Get subscribed so you can see it. Now, to be clear, I have no problem at all with this feature existing, or even OEMs having it on their systems. The problem is that in the case of this one, I wasn't given a choice, nor was I given clear messaging around it. There are so many better ways that Lenovo could have handled this. They could have shipped the system with the feature enabled, but not yet locked, and maybe had a better worded warning about it. They could have had PSB as an option in their online configurator. I mean, heck, even just clearly stating it on the web page would be a great start so people know what the trade-off is. So the blame rests pretty much entirely on Lenovo here. Because on servers, for example, PSB is something that customers actually want and, almost more importantly, understand. Having a server shipped to you with PSB enabled from the factory is valid because it allows the CPU to verify once it arrives that the BIOS or the firmware has not been tampered with in shipping. HP, Dell, and probably a bunch of other companies have been doing this for years, and we didn't make a video about it. Intel also has a similar feature in some Xeons, but again, that kind of hardware is much less likely to end up in the hands of the average consumer. By contrast, when this desktop ends up at a recycler or in an office supplies auction, do you think the person that buys this will know that that CPU cannot be used in other motherboards? Probably not. And it's going to be a huge pain in the butt when these CPUs end up on the secondhand market. Even worse is the fact that nothing prevents Lenovo from using this feature to actually lock the CPU to a particular model. To our knowledge, that hasn't been done yet. It's only a vendor level lock for now, but is there any reason Lenovo couldn't have a whole host of different encryption keys for all their different models? Now, Patrick from Serve the Home came up with what he thinks is a solution to this problem. AMD CPUs could come with two fuses, one that enables PSB, and then another that permanently disables it once that CPU is put out to pasture. This would allow it to be disabled, hopefully without compromising CPUs that are currently using the feature. But as much as that sounds good on paper, it would probably require a hardware change, so we are unlikely to see a solution like that in the short to midterm. Probably the biggest issue with this whole cluster, though, is that, like Intel's notorious management engine, PSB's value as a security measure is unproven at best. It assumes a couple of things. Number one, that the vendor's cryptographic signature, or signatures, will never be leaked. And number two, it assumes that it's actually secure, but it's closed source, meaning that there's no way for independent security experts to audit it. So it could very well be that we're just creating more e-waste for no good reason. Sorry, Mother Earth. I guess this is just one more that you're gonna have to take for the team. Graphis is an automated phishing defense solution that protects every inbox in your organization from outside threats. Adding Graphis to your security stack allows you to defend your employees from cyber attacks, including phishing, email compromise, account takeover, identity spoofing, malware, and ransomware. They use a patented machine learning technology that monitors communication patterns between people, devices, and networks to reveal untrustworthy emails, and they analyze messages in real time, integrating at the API level to detect social engineering attacks, and activation only takes a few minutes. So don't wait, you can get 30% off the list price and 30% off onboarding with Graphis at the link down below. If you guys enjoyed this video, why don't we throw to the Temple OS video? It's a good video and Anthony did a good job of writing it. Okay, you're just gonna have to tell me when it's live because I have no way of knowing. Just keep refreshing the page. Oh, I think we're live. Hey guys, we're gonna be building some computers today, and we're gonna add a little twist to it because I gotta be upfront with you guys. These are, let me put that there. These are basically the same computers that I built last time I told you that I love building computers. The main differences are that we have changed out half of the power supplies, we have changed out the motherboards, and we have switched up the case from the white version to the black version of the, what is it, P600S? Yeah, P600S. Oh yeah. But what we're doing to change it up this time is I'm gonna start by building one just vanilla, okay? Got my screwdriver, got my hardware. I'm gonna build one of these as fast as I can like last time, while you guys brainstorm and try to come up with some challenges for me. Because after I build this machine, I am going to build 3 more, and Lord help me, I'm gonna do it basically however you guys ask. All right? Whew. So why don't we get started? Brought to you by Ridge Wallet. Ridge Wallet wants to redefine the wallet with its compact frame and RFID blocking plates. Check out how they can keep your wallet bulge down and use offer code Linus to save 10% and get free worldwide shipping. I noticed you wisely removed your cards from the wallet, Chase, before you flipped this over to me, but you left your cash.
Donald told me you might take it.
No, I'm not going to take your money. All right, there we go. So let's talk through exactly what kind of systems we're building today. These are going to be workstations for our new editors, because we had a big problem with the workstations that we built for our editors last time around. I think I did 6 builds on that stream. There weren't enough of them. If you guys have been on LinusMediaGroup.com lately, you might have noticed that we have been doing a huge wave of hiring. We've hired new writers, we hired a social media coordinator, who some of you know from ROG Rig Reboot 2018, I think it was. Was it 2019? We hired Madison. We hired quite a few people for our merch business, Creator Warehouse. We stole. We stole some people from Bootlegger, of all places. So that's a Canadian clothing retailer. They had the wisdom to move their headquarters to Winnipeg, which, like, look, I'm a proud Canadian and everything, but not every Canadian city is somewhere that you'd, like, want to live, if you know what I mean. So Bootlegger went and relocated to Winnipeg. Just, okay, to be clear, my fellow Canadian Manitobians, I love you. I just don't want to do -30, okay? That's just really, really cold. Guys, that is a Celsius -30. It is flippin' cold. Winnipeg is a cold place for at least part of the year. Anyway, so we've done a huge wave of hiring, and part of it is that we have hired a handful of video editors. So they are going to need stations, and quite frankly, after the fiasco that was having the editors build their own stations way back in, I think it was 2016, we are never doing that again, and I have resolved to personally build every single video editing workstation in this company. And, you know, you might think, gee, Linus, that makes you sound like a bit of a control freak. But the truth of the matter is that I'm a bit of a control freak. It's true. But that's not why I'm building all the computers. It's because, as the title says, I just really love building computers. So let's go ahead and talk through some of our hardware choices here, all right, guys? So we're going to open up the socket here with the 3-2-1 method. Remember, guys, always follow the directions. We discussed this on the pre-stream. I'm actually going to be reacting to a build from someone who didn't follow all the instructions. XQC, prominent Twitch streamer, apparently attempted to build a computer. I believe it was yesterday on stream. I have not actually watched the stream, but apparently it didn't go well. I'm going to show him and the rest of you how to build a computer right now. And then after this, I'm going to sit down and watch it and do a little reaction video. If the video sucks, we're just not going to release it. If it's good, we'll upload it. And I've never really done like a reacting to someone else's thing video before, so maybe I'll be bad at it. So that's why I'm kind of hedging my bets here. Nicholas, could I trouble you for one of those handy dandy little torques with the torque for the CPU socket thing going on? All right, so for our motherboard, we've gone pretty much top of the, where the hell did the box go? Yep, we've gone top of the line. This is the ROG Zenith 2 Extreme Alpha. So if we wanted to overclock these machines, we would absolutely be able to do it. With that said, we're not going to have enough cooling to overclock these machines. I made a significant mistake last time around when I built the first one of these. I built it with an NHU12S, so that's a 120 millimeter fan, single tower cooler from Noctua. Not that it's not a good cooler, it's just that the 24-core 3960X processors that we put in these stations output a flipping ton of heat. and we ran into thermal throttling problems, so we needed to switch to the 140mm version. By the way, can I just take a moment to shout out Matthias and the logistics team here? These are so cool. These are like custom 3D printed CPU holders that they designed and print so that all of our CPUs are kept super safe and drop resistant. You see that? You see that? How we can drop that CPU? I'm going to put it in there. It's totally still going to work. I hope it's still going to work. It should still work. Yeah, they did an absolutely awesome job. Do we provide these? Do we have these anywhere? Oh. You know what we should do is, once we've got them finalized, we should just throw them up on like Floatplane or something. Or we could even just, I don't know, whatever, who cares? We could just throw them up on Thingiverse. Just, yeah. If anyone wants to use them, we have them for LGA 11 5X. We have them for AM2, AM2 Plus, AM3, AM4. We have them for Threadripper. We have them for basically, yeah, every CPU over the last like 10 years, outside of like maybe that really exotic Intel 56 core thing. All right, right. So I said I would show you guys how to build a computer. Sorry. I got ahead of myself. So we're gonna put the CPU into the little carrier thing like that, a little something like that. Oh, we're on the overhead. Oh, that makes sense. No, do whatever. All right, lower that puppy under there. You can see that kind of locks in place. But there's a lot of play. That doesn't seem like it's right. Okay, too much play. This is serious business. This is not playtime. He's not some game streamer trying to build a computer here. Okay, he's a real technology YouTuber. I'm sure you did a great job. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm sure you did. All right, so we're just going to give that a little wiggle, make sure it's in place. Brian, you want to come a little closer for me here? Okay. I'm just putting these in a little bit, okay? Because what I have right here is just a normal screwdriver. We need one of these. This is a Torx torque screwdriver, specifically designed for Ryzen Threadripper. On the subject of Ryzen Threadripper, right, so we're going to tighten them 1, 2, and 3. That's the order that we're tightening the screws. They're all clearly labeled. And we're going to use this specifically because you need to tighten them exactly the right amount. So this is kind of like if you want to put wheels on your car, for example. There's a torque wrench that you use to make sure that you don't under-torque it or over-torque it, both of which are bad things for your wheels staying on your car and would be bad things for having the CPU evenly inserted in the socket. So if you come look at this, what happens is these screws, this one here and these two down here, are applying pressure on this plate, right? It pushes down around the outside of the integrated fuse spreader with these pressure points here, and here. Okay, so if you were to say, for example, not tighten number 2 enough, what that means is the CPU is actually sitting like kind of cockeyed in the socket. Okay, so these pins might not be making proper contact, and these ones might, relatively speaking, be like teeter-tottering and over-tightening. So usually what happens in those cases, and this is particularly common with physically large CPUs, because you need a lot of pressure on these LGAs with these little spring-like pins in them. You actually need a lot of pressure to make sure they're all making contact. What will happen is usually either you'll get a no-post situation, or more commonly, you'll get some functionality that doesn't work. So the pins that go into a CPU, I think it's fair to say the majority of them that aren't power or ground, that's a lot of it, are going to be pins that connect to the memory or to PCI Express. In the case of something like the Threadripper, this thing's got, 112 lanes, something like that. 128. I don't know if this one has 128. I think that might even be Threadripper Pro. Yeah, I can't remember. 96? I don't know. Nicholas is going to look it up because I can't be arsed to remember how many lanes every bloody CPU has. I'm sorry. Anyway, the point is it has a lot of PCI Express lanes, and it supports quad-channel memory. So there's a lot of memory pins in there. So what tends to happen is if you don't put it in properly or if it's sitting off kilter, you'll get maybe like a slot that doesn't work, or you'll get a memory slot that doesn't work, and so you'll get like, oh no, my RAM is triple channel, but then you'll go and move all the memory around, and all the DIMMs work, so it's like a slot that's dead. You have to take it out and put it back in. It's extremely tedious, so it's really very important with Threadripper to install it as carefully and evenly as possible. Like, even in these instructions, I don't think are conservative enough. I tend to tighten them. I tend to do 3 to 4 rounds of going through and tightening them each a little bit to make sure I'm pushing it down really evenly onto the board. Now let's talk about memory. How many lanes was it? 88 lanes on a Threadripper. Ah, right. While I'm installing memory, so we're using 3200 megahertz CL16 RAM from G.Skill. This is their Trident Z Neo. It is RGB, but that's not, strictly speaking, necessary for what we're doing. What is necessary for what we're doing is the 128 gigabytes of capacity that we have here. This is what we have found with all of our editors, even the extremely memory-hungry ones. Taryn. Taryn. Excuse me. Sorry, I had a hog editor thing caught up in my throat there. So even our most memory-hungry editors, we found 128 gigs is enough for us. But by going with a 4-stick kit here, we give ourselves the option to expand to 256 gigs in the future. What we don't give ourselves, unfortunately, is the ability to go to anything beyond 256 gigs because we did our original workstations back before Threadripper Pro existed. Threadripper Pro has support for, if I recall correctly, 8-channel memory, more PCI Express lanes, can't remember exactly how many, I'm so sorry, whatever. And more importantly than that, support for, I believe it's up to 2 terabytes. It's either 1 terabyte or 2 terabytes of RAM. So it's a lot closer to the spec of AMD's EPYC server processors. But it's also kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You're definitely giving and taking because Threadripper Pro also lacks the overclocking features of regular Threadripper, although we're not overclocking things like I said. But also doesn't have quite the same performance even out of the box as regular Threadripper. So I don't really have any regrets because to me, those super massive capacity RAM applications that you might actually need 2 terabytes of RAM for, you would probably also want more than a 24-core processor, which is what we chose for our editing station based on just kind of bang for the buck. Which, believe it or not, guys, does actually matter a lot for us for a project like this. It's not like we actually did get some of this hardware from the manufacturers. ASUS contributed the motherboard, G.Skill contributed the RAM, Fantex did send over cases. This 2080 Super we salvaged from a previous project, Noctua sent coolers. I actually don't know what's up with the power supplies. These got sent. Power supplies have been extremely challenging to get our hands on now that the whole mining craze has kicked back up. But we did have to buy all the CPUs. So 3960Xs were chosen for an excellent balance of high core count, good clock speeds, and cost. We were obviously tempted, being the enthusiasts that we are, to go with something more over the top, 32 or even 64-core workstations, but the reality of it is that for our 8K and even our 12K Blackmagic footage, we don't really benefit from more CPU as much as we benefit from more GPU, particularly with that 12K footage. So 24 cores was really great, gives us lots of PCI Express lanes for the 25 gigabit network. Wait, where are all the 25 gig network cards? Oh, we don't have them yet? Oh. Are you sure? I thought we have some. I'm fairly sure we have some. You should check what's going to be the color office, if you don't mind. So we're going to have an office that's specifically got lights that can be turned off. A lot of our lights are automatic, so you can turn them off. The walls are dark and non-reflective, so you can do really color accurate work. I think some of the 25 gig. Anyway, the point is, it's a really great balance, and it's basically the way to go. On the subject of GPU, though, you might have noticed that we're rocking 2080 Supers. That's because we can't get our hands on 30 series cards right now, not enough of them to build these stations and still keep our video projects going. I think a lot of people have this perception that, influencers are hogging up all the graphics cards, and that's why no one else can get their hands on any graphics cards. The truth of the matter is that we do have more graphics cards than probably most people. Yes, that's a fair criticism. But we actually don't have as many as you guys would probably think. For the number of writers that we have, like let's say hypothetically that Jake, Anthony, Alex, and I are all working on something that requires a 30 series graphics card, whether it's for comparative benchmarking, investigating PCI Express Gen 4 versus Gen 3 performance. That was something Anthony needed a handful of current gen cards for recently. Even if we have, 5 or 6 of these cards, we actually need them for the projects that we're working on in order to do our jobs. So we can't just grab them and throw them in the editing stations. So what we're working on right now is getting our hands on a whole bunch of 3090s. And the reason that we need 3090s specifically is so that we can fire up night cache on these machines at night and mine on them. No, I'm kidding. Actually, we probably should. Like realistically, if we were smart, we'd be doing it. We're not, actually. What we need 3090s for is the VRAM. So Blackmagic's 12K footage is honestly kind of bugged right now. I don't know how much, if at all, it has improved, but on PC, it's a little bit finicky in that it requires a ton of video memory in order to not cause performance problems. So from that point of view, a 3090 is actually a bargain, because compared to buying a Quadro, it's a pretty good price, not to mention that it is, of course, the top performing GPU in NVIDIA's entire stack. So we're trying to get our hands on some 3090s, and I think I have a lead on some reference 3090s that we're going to buy. They're not Founders Edition, they are reference cards. The problem with the reference cards is they have kind of craptastic cooling on them. In fact, I don't even think I've seen an air-cooled reference card. So, what I'm going to be doing as a follow-up to this stream, because I'm a glutton for punishment, is I will be water cooling all of our editing workstations and upgrading them to reference 3090s. That is going to be an absolute marathon of a stream. I am hoping to work with someone on the water cooling who has really easy to install products, because I'm going to have to water cool a lot. You know what would be fun? We should do it as like a head-to-head. Like, you know how like in the old Mortal Kombat games, right? Like how the campaign is basically just like a ladder of opponents, and then you just have to like defeat one after the other. We could do like water cooling build-offs, and then we could start with like easy opponents, like, man, who would be easy? Alex is really good with water cooling, but he's, what's the word I use? Methodical. He's a methodical worker. So I could take on like Alex first, then like Anthony. Jake's really good. Jake's really good with water cooling. Nicholas is quite experienced when it comes to water cooling. That could be kind of fun. And that way I wouldn't have to build them all too. So that kind of hits multiple birds with a single stone, which I'm always into, because like, what did birds ever do to help anyone? Screw birds. No, but for realsies, I'm all about XQC final boss. Yeah, ooh, I don't know. I haven't watched the video yet. Sorry, I did promise you guys that this video was going to be about how to build a computer. So I installed memory in the outermost spaced out slots. That's the way that you want to go, ladies and gentlemen. A little something like that, okay? So every other one, starting with the ones farthest out from the CPU socket. I grabbed this little, I think it's called DIM.2, ASUS calls this little thing. The reason for that is that there are actually M.2 slots on this motherboard. They're under this shield here, but they are not 110 millimeter. And we are specifically using Optane SSDs in our editing workstations. I'm a big believer in Optane, not because it's got like crazy throughput. Like you wouldn't actually use an Optane SSD, at least not this generation, in say for example your PlayStation 5, because the PS5, when they finally unlock SSD expansion, is going to need absolutely massive bandwidth in order to do some of the things that Sony talked about, like streaming game data directly off the SSD into the GPU memory. That's like you could actually pull texture data as you're like looking around the place. That's nuts. That's like nuts bandwidth that they're going to need for that. But what Optane is really good at is responsiveness. And one of the things that we've learned over the years is that forget system performance, right? Because this is only a 380 gig drive, right? Like, it's not like you're putting your video project on this drive and you're editing off of it. It's not about that. We're actually editing off of a network-attached storage device using 25 gigabit network cards. So the fiber, if you've been watching our videos lately, you'll have seen those upgrades. This is about system stability. We've seen it time and time again, especially with very, very well-coded software that is not flaky and unstable at all, like Adobe Premiere. We've seen time and time again that anything that you can do to increase the responsiveness of the system, so that means CPU, that means memory, that means especially storage, can help with system stability and with program stability. So by improving our storage, we've actually found that we get far fewer Adobe Premiere crashes. This is true of especially wherever the project files are being stored. So when we made the upgrade to Wanix server, so when we rolled out new Wanix, we got some really good feedback from one of our editors, Mark, who basically said, like, yeah, there were workflows that in the past were like, you know, okay, start this process and like cross my fingers that the program won't crash, and now they just pound right through. And in fairness to old Wanix, it was really designed, you know, in a simpler time, an earlier time, when we had far fewer editors hitting it at once. But new Wanix is definitely a big, big improvement. All right, so I've got my DIM.2 here. There's my 110 millimeter Optane. What is this thing? 905 something or other? 905P, and we're gonna go ahead and pop it in the DIM.2 slot right here. So they call it DIM.2 because it's kind of shaped like a memory DIM, but it is not a dual inline memory module at all. Although the funny thing, actually, now that I think about it, haha, this is some nerd level funny, is that Optane is a lot closer to memory than NAND flash is, and there are two potential slots where you could install them. So it could be dual inline sort of memory, not really a mod, you know what, it doesn't, the point is, it's closer than if we just put a regular SSD, but no, it's not quite right. All right, so oh, wonderful, thank you, Nicholas. If anything's done wrong, I'll summon you with my usual cry. Nicholas! Good old Nicholas. He's got my back, you know? That's why. That's why I call Nicholas when I need help, you guys. Okay? Because I know that he will find a way. He will battle through whatever challenges, like not having the tips for the hot air, you know, rework station or whatever it is. He will find a way. Let's go ahead and find a way to get this CPU cooler installed. So I talked already about the AG14S. Guys, 140 millimeter is a lot bigger than a 120 millimeter tower cooler. So when we were like borderline with our 120 millimeter U12S, switching over to the U14S completely fixed the problem. These things have been absolutely rock solid. If I recall correctly, they're like well under 80 degrees, even under full load now. And while with like a consumer gaming machine, like I was building my own machine, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't overclock my home computer. You know, the only reason I water cooled it was just because like it had been a while since I hardline water cool, and I was kind of looking for something to do. That's where I come from, you guys. I'm a hobbyist. I do this stuff because I love it, not because I actually need 4 more FPS. I'm not a competitive gamer. If you've been watching me stream on Twitch, you'll know this, because all I do is play Anthem and ignore my audience. Like, that's me as a gamer. Oh, I play Beat Saber as well. Either way, I don't need 4 more FPS. It's not a big deal. So, if I was building a machine for myself, this is heavy confession in my case. I'm feeling kind of uncomfortable right now. If it thermal throttled, but was stable, under like a full synthetic load, I probably wouldn't put in the effort to change out the cooler. Because I know that my home system is never gonna see that kind of load. It's just not. These, though, actually do. We really do real work on these. Yes, thank you. So we've got to make sure that they can hold up to it. All right, let's go ahead and put on some thermal compound. You can switch to the top down. So we're going to do the classic X marks the spot. I don't want to play competitive games, Chase. I play games to relax and exercise, which, okay, those are two very different things. But that's why I play games. I play Beat Saber to exercise, and I play Anno to, like, chill and make sure that my artisans have enough beer and my investors have enough cigars, you know, whatever. That's what I'm into, dude. Yeah, don't worry, I've got a system for Twitch not supporting ultra-wide. I put like a creepy eyes picture of my wife down there. It's all good. She keeps an eye on Twitch because they can be a bit of an unruly bunch. All right, let's go ahead and pop this cooler in here. This is one of the things I absolutely love about the Threadripper platform. CPU cooler installation is that simple. You just like throw the thing on there, and then you tighten it into the existing backplate. Actually, AMD, that's just something AMD does a better job of than Intel. Intel on their consumer platform just has those awful holes in the PCB. So you leave it up to the cooler manufacturers to come up with the best way to put something through them. And if there's anything I've learned about cooler manufacturers over the years, it's that we shouldn't trust them to come up with anything. I mean, they've had Noctua's SecuFirm mounting hardware to rip off for 10 years, and they still haven't done it, which means they must legitimately think that their horrible system is actually better, which means that they're bad people. It's that simple. If you haven't already either been Noctua or ripped off SecuFirm, then you're bad. Or maybe you're just really good, because you wouldn't rip off Noctua like that. You wouldn't do it really like that. Okay, I'll accept that. I'll accept that as an answer. Do you want to come here and have a look at what we're doing? So I'm just tightening up these 4 screws. These ones, it's a little less important. You'll notice that I did go around twice, tightening them up a little bit first and then cranking them down, but it's less important than it is when you're putting the CPU in the socket to put them in like super, super crazy evenly, because once you have tightened down those torque screws, that CPU is like, it's in there with a shocking amount of mounting pressure. So the cooler sitting on top of it, that's more about just maintaining really good contact between the bottom of the cooler and the CPU, and that's less about pushing the CPU into the socket. Although there is an exception to that. Intel's LGA3647 platform has coolers that, actually, we've seen ones that have like a retention thing that sits on top of it, but it definitely has coolers that just are what holds the CPU into the socket. It's really scary. I am not a fan of that at all. That's on there. We're setting up our fan in a rear exhaust configuration, okay, blowing through here. Getting probably a little bit of incidental airflow for our SSD with its cooling heatsink on the side of it for our RAM and all that good stuff. So that's it. That's it for the motherboard. We can actually put that aside for now and turn our attention to the case. You know, I did say I would build this computer fast, but I appear to have lied. I got caught up doing story time, guys, and not building computers. Boxes in here? All right, you bet. Put on. See you later. We have 2 network cards. Okay, I'll put them in there. I mean, if we have them, we might as well put them in. Have you signed them out? Okay, just let me know which systems they go into. Okay. Well, tell me later, I won't remember. That's one of the keys, is I want to know everything that's going on, but I don't want to know too early in the process, because then by the time it matters, I will have forgotten. That's my problem. One of my problems. I have some problems. Okay, so this is the one for this one? All right, cool. So let's pop off our side panel here. I guess I should probably have a look at some of the challenges that we're going to do for the other systems. I'll have a look at float plane chat first, since they're the devotees. Yeah, they're also the most like calm when it comes to chat. Like, I can never keep track of what's going on in YouTube chat. Twitch chat is just like, no offense, Twitch chat, but you guys are awful. You guys are awful. I love you, and you're awful. So let's have a look. Jawa Juice says, don't even bother checking Twitch. I know, right? I know, there's just no point. They love to be hated. You know, I'll talk about how Twitch is a bunch of, you know, buttheads, because they'll be saying like, oh, there's audio issues with the stream, when there's no audio issues or whatever it is, and then they double down. Every time they double down. Twitch is bad people. Challenge. Forward roll with the build. Okay, we are not doing any somersaults on the stream today. There will be no somersaults whatsoever.
We have banned Linus from doing somersaults on stream.
Colonial Wand says, get Madison down here now. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. I already did building a computer with Madison. I think that's pretty tough. Only left hand. We got one-handed. We got blindfolded. That's not bad. Okay. All right. One-handed seems to be getting most of the votes. So let me finish this one. Let me finish this one up. And then, yeah, all right. I think I can do that. I think I can do a one-handed PC build. But Chase, you're going to have to help me out here, because I don't want no, like, oh, you know, my hand's kind of hovering for balance, okay? I want the hand tied behind my back. I'm going one hand. No cheating. No cheating. This will be, well, look, okay? Everything you know about how I cheat at things, do you think you need a rope to tie it? Probably, yeah. We'll probably need a rope. All right, so between now and when we build the second computer, you're going to have to obtain me a rope, please. Thanks, Chase. I know you got my back. Got my hand there. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's flip me to the top down before you go, though. I'm going to go ahead and put the motherboard in the case. People keep saying turn up the volume, but I think maybe they should turn up their volume, because the levels, what do the levels look like? You know what? You guys never seem to be able to turn the volume up. I'm going to come look at the levels. I'm going to look at the levels. No, you're too low. Yeah, you need to turn it up about 10%. All right. There you go, guys. I'm helping you. It should be hovering at the bottom of the yellow zone when I'm at my lowest, and I will try not to like unexpectedly say something really loud and blow out everyone's eardrums. Okay? That is my personal Linus Tech Tips guarantee of stream quality for you guys. All right. So Fantex does a really great job of their cases, just as a whole. I believe this one has the little nub in here. Yep. So it's got the 9 screws that we need pre-install. Oh my gosh, that's interesting. No, hold on. Yeah, no, we do not need 9. This motherboard only has 8 mounting screws. So we were about to, fortunately, it has, I don't know what ASUS calls this anymore. They used to call it tough armor. But it's got a backplate on it that actually prevents you from damaging the board if you install it into a spot where there's a standoff and there's no hole in the board. So everything is all good, but it does mean that I need to remove that. So you guys will have to bear with me for a second here. All right, so let's put this here. Let's put this here, put this here, put this here. Okay, I'm gonna start getting, there we go. Ugh. So we'll pop that off. Man, some of this stuff is going to be a little bit challenging. Don Gritty says Madison's still on probation, so she's not on stream. We're doing the probation thing for her a little bit differently than we've done in the past. Like, her entire job is to be a social media representative and coordinator for the company. So it seemed to not really make sense to hire her and then have her not do her job for 3 months while we evaluate how good she is at her job, and then have to make a decision. So the way that, I've actually seen a lot of speculation about this in the community, like why we have our probation policy, and the reason is nothing to do with any kind of like BC or Canadian law. It is to do with, like, keeping them off camera, I mean, isn't. It's to do with just, if someone's not gonna work out, you know, not having the community get attached to them, right? So the actual 90 days probation is a BC law. So in the first 90 days, if the relationship's not working out, basically either the employee or the employer can terminate the relationship with no cause given. You can basically just go like, yep, this did not work out, this was a mistake, see you later. And there's no grounds for like wrongful dismissal or just anything like that. It was, hey, we tried and this didn't work out. So it gives you kind of a get to know you period. Think of it kind of like dating, you know, before you get married, because we don't have at-will employment here. So once you make it past your probation, I wouldn't say that, you know, we're stuck with people, but it is much, much more difficult to part ways, you know? You know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? So if we had her not actually, you know, fully engaged in her job while she was on probation, it would actually limit our ability to evaluate how good she is at her job. So that's why we made the decision to, very unusually for us, just have her jump straight into engaging with the community. Part of the reason that I am okay with it too is I have a fair degree of confidence that she is going to do a good job. I mean, she was a known entity to us before she started. That's actually one of the really cool things about ROG Rig Reboot is that by the very nature of the competition, we end up with people who are probably going to do a great job of being on camera, which makes for really good videos. I love ROG Rig Reboot. It's one of my favorite series that we do. So we had a really good feeling. We needed to be able to evaluate her performance, so we decided, you know what, screw it, we're just gonna go for it. People are saying 90-day probation is basically a paid internship. I mean, what isn't a paid internship? Like, by that logic, you know, any work you do for anyone for money, you could say is basically a paid internship. I don't know, like you could think of it kind of like being a contractor for 90 days before you become an employee. So here, you don't have access to, you do start accruing vacation time and stuff like that, but you don't have access to benefits. If your position is eligible for a company phone plan, you will not have access to that before your probation. There's just a bunch of stuff that we just kind of like, you know, we're not fully committed. You know, we don't bother setting up until you're done. Amrish96 asks, internships are paid? That's actually one of the reasons we don't do internships here at Linus Media Group, because in BC, aside from me just believing that people should be paid for their work, in BC, unpaid internships are not actually legal. So we can't do unpaid internships. So then that raises the question, why would we do an internship? If we really liked the person and we wanted to work with them, why don't we just hire them? And if we don't like them enough to hire them, then why are they ever setting foot through the front door? So that's sort of my take on it. I know that there are situations where an internship is more of like an educational tool. For our part, though, we don't really see the inner workings of our company as foundational to your education as like really anything. As a video editor, as a camera operator, if anything, a lot of the things that we do are very unconventional. So we would rather just bring people in based on their attitude, based on the skills they have, actually hire them, and then show them like kind of how we do things. So that's the reason that we just don't do internships. Good question though. Minus Canadian employment tips. Blah, 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 blah. Here in the UK, we call it working experience. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it varies wildly around the world, like how internships work, how paid versus unpaid. Now, to be clear, when it's part of an educational program, I believe internships can be unpaid because my wife actually did, I think she did one unpaid, it's called a practicum. So that's where you go out and it's kind of right in the word. You go out and you are practicing for what you'll be doing. So she was in a pharmacy program, which has a very specific end goal. Whereas I think, you know, for something like, if you're in just like a broadcast program, yeah, there's a specific end goal of like being in broadcast media, but you're not really sure like exactly what kind or what that's going to look like. So it's a little less specific. Whereas in a pharmacy program, you go and you do your internship or your practicum in a pharmacy. In a teaching program, you go.
You might not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like, and it is chonky. Yeah, kind of reminds me of a stubby G4 Cube. The Mac Studio and matching Studio Display are the two latest announcements out of Apple, and of everything they announced today, they're easily the most exciting. Both powered by Apple Silicon, they're set to usher in a new era of performance for Apple enthusiasts. But the way Apple's gone about this makes things so much more complicated. Unlike our sponsor, Ridge Wallet, thanks to Ridge Wallet for sponsoring today's video. Ridge Wallet holds up to 12 cards, comes with a cash strap or money clip, and is available in tons of different colors. Celebrate Ridge's 9th anniversary and use offer code Linus for 15% off site-wide until March 18th at the link below. The new Mac Studio is, in every way, what we all feared the Mac Pro would become when Apple started the transition to Apple Silicon. An entirely unexpandable design with fully soldered components and a Mac Mini enclosure they decided to make a little taller than usual. Cooled by two beefy fans that pull air up through the bottom of the chassis and out through the rear grille, something Apple says is nearly silent, there's actually a lot going for this design. For starters, you get 10 gigabit Ethernet as standard. Thank you, Apple! Now the rest of the rear I/O is rearranged but looks basically the same as the Intel Mac Mini with a high impedance Pro audio output that I suspect is the same as on the new MacBook Pros. Turn it around, however, and you'll see that Apple has finally acquiesced and added front-facing connectors, 2 USB Type-C 10 gigabit ports, and an SDXC reader. While support for the brand new SD Express format would have been nice to see as a future-proofing measure, what we're getting tracks with the larger MacBook Pros. If you pick up an M1 Ultra equipped Mac Studio, those Type-C ports up front turn into Thunderbolt ports. Wait, M1 Ultra? Yeah, turns out Apple's been holding out on us, and their M1 Max chips had an unused interconnect called Ultra Fusion that allows for a chiplet-style connection between two M1 Maxes to make up an M1 Ultra. The effective result is a single SoC as far as software is concerned, and gives a metric buttload of CPU and GPU cores, double the already very impressive media engine on the M1 Max, and twice the maximum memory capacity. At 800 gigabytes per second, that is faster memory than the GDDR6X that is used on NVIDIA's RTX 3080 and 3090. That is pretty amazing. And even more amazing is the memory itself isn't even clocked faster. There's just that many more channels to work with. If you believe what Apple has to say, the M1 Ultra is up to 60% faster than the Mac Pro equipped with 28 Xeon W cores, and 80% faster than that machine's fastest GPU, the Radeon W6900X. They still sell those, by the way. Something about those claims, though, doesn't really pass the sniff test. Part of that claim is that it's also 90% faster than a 16-core desktop CPU while drawing 100 watts less power. You might think that's referring to the only current 16-core desktop CPU, the Ryzen 9 5950X, but in fact, they are talking about the Core i9-12900K, which is an 8+8 core CPU with performance and efficiency cores much like Apple Silicon. What's more, max turbo power on the 12900K is 241 watts, so we can surmise based on Apple's own data that the M1 Ultra draws around 140 watts. Just still a lot of watts. The 12900K's TDP at base clock is 125 watts, and I can guarantee you M1 Ultra doesn't draw just 25 watts. But that's the CPU. 128 gigs of unified memory offers an unprecedented amount of potential VRAM to the GPU. Apple's right in that the biggest workstation card on the market right now, the RTX A6000, caps out at a meager 48 gigs. Sure, you can connect multiple A6000s together via NVLink, but having that much memory in a single package is a significant feather in Apple's cap. They're also making some interesting claims about beating the highest-end discrete GPU while also using 200 watts less power, though. The footnote says they're talking about the RTX 3090 using select industry standard benchmarks. So take from that what you will. I expect performance will be decent either way, but it's very possible that this specific claim leans on the media engine as Apple has done in the past, and they're not talking about raw compute performance. I'd like to be wrong though. Speaking of, the doubled up media engine is now capable of running 18 simultaneous 8K ProRes 422 streams, so it really does sound like an ideal workstation for most professionals, especially as software support comes online, like with Blender 3.1. You'll be able to make use of it too, up to 4 Pro Display XDRs and a 4K HDMI device simultaneously. That is more battle stations, certainly more pixels, than Apple has ever officially supported. Internal storage doesn't look expandable, however, so you'll need to add over $2,000. $2,000 for 8 terabytes if you don't want external storage. A fact made worse by recent revelations that Apple's SSD performance isn't as good as they claim it is. They're cheating and in the process putting data at risk if an unexpected shutdown occurs. The onboard battery in a MacBook makes this a non-issue, but on a stationary machine plugged into wall power? Well, make sure that you combine the Mac Studio with a battery backup. That'll add to the already high price tag for the M1 Ultra variant, but if you take Apple at their word, it's the most powerful machine you can buy for the money. Get subscribed because we are definitely putting that claim to the test. You might also want to combine the Mac Studio with the new Studio display. Apple certainly wants you to. The panel itself seems suspiciously similar to the existing LG Ultrafine 5K, with a slight bump in peak brightness and 10 gig Type-C ports instead of 5 gig. It even has similar power delivery capabilities to the recent models, so it seems like a bit of a cop-out. Until you get under the hood. From LTDstore.com! Hey, got it in there. What makes the Studio display special, aside from the aluminum and glass construction, is the A13 Bionic chip powering a plethora of onboard goodies. It's got a very similar speaker array on paper to the 24-inch M1 iMac, complete with spatial audio, a 3-mic array, presumably with noise suppression, and an integrated 12-megapixel FaceTime camera capable of center stage, which means you can finally use center stage on a Mac, like the one place it makes a lot of sense. Not to mention, the A13 provides the image signal processing we've come to expect from Apple Silicon. That means that the Mac itself doesn't need to do any of the work, freeing up the neural engine for other tasks. It even makes these AI features usable on Intel Macs as old as 2016. Now, the Studio Display XDR comes with 3 mounting options: a 30-degree tilt-adjustable stand, a Pro Display XDR-like stand except without rotation support, and an ugly VESA mount. Although, it looks like you need to choose what you want out of the factory, because unlike the Pro Display XDR, there isn't a user-accessible mounting mechanism on the display itself. Thankfully, the VESA mount and tilt-adjustable stand are options that don't add to the already lofty $15.99 price tag, but the tilt and height adjustable stand costs an extra $400. I guess rotation is a $600 value now. It's worth mentioning that the Ultrafine 5K is $300 cheaper, and it's already priced $300 higher than the old Thunderbolt displays were. Can't win them all, I guess, but hey, you've got the option of buying color-matched silver and black peripherals, so it's not all bad, whatever. The rest of the event was pretty unimpressive. We got a spec bump for the iPad Air, now powered by the M1 SoC with 8 gigs of RAM and rocking a 12-megapixel front camera with center stage. It's got 5G support now, and it comes in new colors. I don't really know what else to say here. They're comparing it to a similarly priced laptop, and while I don't disagree that for a layperson it's probably a better experience, it's really not the same thing unless and until they bring macOS to the iPad, which they stubbornly refuse to do. The other specs, as much as they talked about them, are the same, with the exception of the Type-C port, which is now 10 gigabits per second rather than 5. It's a little less disappointing than the iPhone SE, and I know that's going to be a hot take, but hear me out. The price is going up, and all we're getting is the A15 Bionic SoC, a few hours better battery life, ceramic shield, and 5G. The rest is exactly the same, right down to the iPhone 8 inspired chassis. Now, to be clear, I wasn't expecting Apple to reinvent the wheel here. I understand that things are getting more expensive, and I'm glad this form factor is still available. But it would have been nice to see MagSafe come to the SE. By Apple's own admission, this is going to be many people's first foray into iPhone, and MagSafe is becoming a big part of the ecosystem. I might be giving Apple a harder time over this than I should be, but I feel it's a missed opportunity, particularly given how long SE models have traditionally stayed in market. And that is basically all they talked about outside of baseball and Apple TV Plus and a new green color option for the iPhone 13 and 13 Pro. There are a few things we did pick up on though. First, they came out and said that the Mac Studio is not the Apple Silicon refresh to the Mac Pro, so that's still on the horizon. Second, they said that the Mac Pro was the final Mac to make the transition. And the 27-inch iMac, like the iMac Pro, is now missing from Apple's product pages. In fact, if you type 27 into the URL bar to try and force it, you're redirected to the 24-inch page instead. My guess is the M1 Max equipped Mac Studio is taking the place of the 27-inch, which makes sense looking at the performance comparisons again. It just feels strange for Apple to discontinue a long-standing SKU like that with no fanfare, you know? Speaking of bailing with no fanfare, we'll have all this stuff linked below, and we're going to be clicking on those links ourselves because we've got a lot of Apple hardware to purchase. So I'd better get cracking on this segue to our sponsor, Ting Mobile. Thanks to Ting Mobile for sponsoring today's video. Do you like saving money? Ting Mobile is a low-cost carrier with rates to help you do just that. Start with unlimited talk and text for $10 a month or data plans for $15 a month. Their Set 12 plan with 12 gigs of data is only $35 a month, and if you need it, unlimited data plans are $45 a month as well. You can even share your data on a family plan and save even more. Ting Mobile also provides pay-per-use plans, with their Flex plans charging just $5 per gig. Even with those savings, you'll still get nationwide coverage and award-winning support that made Consumer Reports name Ting Mobile their #1 carrier in America. Almost every phone on the market will work with Ting Mobile, and they have the perfect plan for everybody, no matter what your needs are. Check them out at linus.ting.com and receive a $25 credit today. Thanks for watching, guys. Maybe go check out our review of the M1 Max MacBooks for a little preview of how the baseline Mac Studio will perform. It's pretty good, but it's still evolving.
Oh, 1 minute early. Holy cow, it's almost like we have taken organizational pills. And I don't know where Slick's going.
This is the Lockpicking Lawyer, and today we're going to talk about a security device that I'm called upon to defeat with some frequency. It seems that every couple of months my wife or I come home from the clothing store to find one of these inventory control tags still attached to the garment. My wife is usually the victim, probably because she buys a lot more, but today it happened to me. Now, if you search on YouTube, you will find dozens of removal techniques, the most common of which is burning it off. But if you mess up, these little vials of ink will break and the garment is destroyed. Fortunately, there is a fast and easy way to remove these if you want to avoid a trip back to the store. It only takes a few moments, and all you need is a powerful magnet. Simply hold the magnet to the bulging portion of the tag while squeezing the two halves together. As you can see, it comes right off. The mechanism inside is very simple. It's just a spring-loaded plunger that locks onto this serrated pin. In fact, if I put the magnet on it, we can hear that plunger going back and forth. Let's lock it on one more time. You can see that's attached, and we got it off. So, next time the store forgets to remove its tag, now you know how to do it yourself and avoid driving back. In any case, that's all I have for you today. If you do have any questions or comments about this, please put them below. If you like this video and would like to see more like it, please subscribe. And as always, have a nice day. Thank you.
What about commitment? They just left us?